Jack, is our audio good here at the airport?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
I'm going to check mine as well. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We're going to start in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Ready? The December 8th, 2020 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Alcoffer. Mr. Ansello.
Here.
Mr. Ansello is here. Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is here. Mr. Baroff.
Here.
Mr. Baroff is present. Mr. Baines.
Here.
Mr. Baines is present. Ms. Boyce.
Here.
Ms. Boyce is present. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is present. President Carbone.
Here.
President Carbone is present. Mr. Colby.
Present.
Mr. Colby is present. Mr. Delahanty.
Here.
Mr. Delahanty is present. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mrs. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Dondorfer.
Here.
Mr. Dondorfer is present. Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Felder is present. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell is present. Ms. Hassman.
Here.
Ms. Hassman is present. Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Hebert is present. Mr. Chiafet-Lassi.
Here.
Mr. Chiafet-Lassi is present. Ms. Lamar.
Here.
Ms. Lamar is present. Mr. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Marionetti.
Here.
Mr. Marionetti is present. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Morelli is present. Ms. Roman.
Here.
Ms. Roman is present. Ms. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Smith is present. Ms. Taylor.
Here.
Ms. Taylor is present. Mr. Turp.
Here.
Mr. Turp is present. Mr. Wilcox.
Here.
Mr. Wilcox is present. Mr. Wilt.
Here.
Mr. Wilt is present. Mr. Udelson.
Here.
Mr. Udelson is present. Mr. Alcoffer.
Here.
Mr. Alcoffer is present.
We will need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-person attendance in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, which was extended through January 1st, 2021 by Executive Order 202.79. You have a motion before you, which is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator DeFlorio. This is a non-debatable motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I would like to introduce and welcome Pastor James Cooper of the Love Fellowship Worship Center, who has been invited by Legislator Flagler Mitchell to lead us in a moment of prayer. Pastor?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you guys. And certainly I'm going to be praying for you all as we go throughout the month, as I know that you all are praying for us as well out here in the city. I want to start out with just a quick passage of scripture, followed by a quick prayer, and I promise to give you some change back. All right. This passage really kind of frames the work that you all do and the work that I do as a pastor, because we're all public servants. But it says in Matthew 25:31, it says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them from another. As sheep divide the sheep, as a shepherd divides the sheep and the goat. And he will set the sheep on the right hand, but the goats on the left. Then the king will say to those who are on his right hand, come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundations of the world. Verse 35, he says, for I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Then the righteous will answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or naked or clothes and give you clothes? Or when did we see you sick or in prison and come to you? And the king will say and answer, surely I say to you, insomuch as you did to the one who was least of my brothers, you also did this to me. There was a song we used to sing when we were kids. It used to say, Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red, brown, yellow, black, and white. We're all precious in his sight. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we ask that you bless today's proceedings and all the meetings, gatherings, phone calls, memos, and any other form of communication. Help us to work together for the common good of all citizens in our great nation, our cities, our states, our county, neighborhoods, our family, and individuals. Lord, we ask that you never let us get so caught up in the interpretation of the policy that we forget that we are here to serve humanity. Forgive us for the times when we could have shown kindness and we didn't. Forgive us for the times we could have compromised and gave up a little for the betterment of all so that we could rise together. Help us to be better today and to navigate through this journey called life together, respecting and honoring each other. And we ask this in the matchless, righteous name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Once again, thank you for this opportunity.
You're on mute. Oh, sorry. Please stand as Legislator Frank Quito Feslasi will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance.
Allegiance
To the
to
flag
the flag
of the
of the United States of America,
and
to the republic
for which
which it stands,
one
one nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Your copy of the Journal of Day 24, November 10th, 2020, are available through Novus Agenda. Without exception, the journal will stand approved as submitted. This meeting has been closed to the public, and all legislators are participating via teleconference in accordance with Executive Order 202.1 and 202.79. In keeping with the legislature's tradition of openness, the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube through the legislature's official channel. Everyone participating via video or teleconference will please mute their devices except to obtain the floor or cast a vote. If seeking to obtain the floor, please simply state your name and wait for me to call on you before proceeding with your question or statement. The clerk will read the full title of each item to avoid any confusion as to which item is before the legislature. All votes will be held via voice vote unless a roll call is requested. Legislators, the referrals submitted to the legislature for the next committee cycle are available through Novus Agenda as well as online. There are no proclamations scheduled this evening.
Our next item that's coming up is a series of public hearings, which are scheduled to start at 6:15 p.m., with the final one starting at 6:19 p.m. Although there are no registered speakers, we're going to pause in place until the scheduled start time for those hearings, and at that point, we'll recess the legislature and commence those hearings. So please just wait in place. Thank you. For anyone who may have just joined, we're currently awaiting the start of a scheduled public hearing at 6:15 because there's 4 simultaneous public hearings without any pre-registered speakers and no known speakers. We'll start the first hearing at 6:17 p.m.
I will now recess the legislature to hold public hearings before the Pure Waters Board, Administrative Board. I now declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Gates Chili Ogden Sewer District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York.
No one was registered for this hearing, nor were any written email comments submitted. However, a conference line was set up and advertised as part of the public hearing notice and has been patched into this meeting. Is there anyone on the call wishing to address the Pure Waters Administrative Board in regards to this hearing? There are no speakers.
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I now declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Irondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York.
There were no speakers registered for this hearing, nor were any written email comments submitted in advance of the meeting. There was, however, a conference line set up and advertised as part of the public hearing notice, and that conference line has been patched into this meeting. Is there anyone on the line wishing to address the Pure Waters Administrative Board on this public hearing?
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I now declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing, nor were any written email comments submitted for this hearing. However, there was a conference line established and advertised as part of the public hearing notice. That line has been patched into this meeting. Is there anyone on the line wishing to address the Pure Waters Administrative Board on this hearing?
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Rochester Pure Waters District, County Sewer District for County of Monroe, New York.
There are no registered speakers for this hearing, nor were any written email comments submitted for this hearing. There was, however, a conference line established and advertised as part of the public hearing notice. That line has been patched into this meeting. Is there anyone on the line wishing to address the Pure Waters Administrative Board on this hearing?
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I will now reconvene the December 8th, 2020 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature. There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. We will now hold the public forum. Mr. Clerk.
We have a number of people who sent in written email comments in advance of the meeting to be read as part of the public forum. I will read each comment, start with the sender's name. Just as a reminder, the same rules to the public forum apply, and comments will be limited to 2 minutes in length. The first email is from Christina Higley. I'm writing to not only ask but demand accountability, transparency, and answers from Adam Bello and Michael Mendoza. Since the last time I wrote you a month ago, things have gotten worse for many in our community, and there are never any answers to our questions. The community is becoming restless and hopeless as we are losing confidence in our officials and are tired of being avoided and lied to when the tough questions are asked. The following need to be addressed immediately. 1. Transparency in how Bello and Mendoza are handling the COVID response. The legislature needs to be asking them questions and holding them accountable, particularly for where they are going above and beyond state guidelines, and find out why. 2, make the public immediately aware of how much Bello and Mendoza are making in overtime. Whether this is paid by the county or through CARES hazard pay spending, we want to know every penny our elected officials have made beyond their guaranteed salaries. A reminder that any overtime they are receiving is a slap in the face to the businesses and families who are barely scraping by or have lost everything. We, the citizens, must rise together and fall together. If Bello and Mendoza are okay going along with a narrative that strips people of their earnings potential, they too must feel comfortable doing the same. 3, demand to know suicide numbers, attempted suicide numbers, overdoses, etc. that have been reported since March. This info should be easily obtained through the hospital system and coroner's office. Mendoza has been avoiding these questions and trying to make legislators believe that this isn't a major problem in Monroe County. We have data that we have collected that is telling us otherwise, particularly pertaining to children. This is a crisis. 4, the legislature needs to rein in Bello and Mendoza and remind them that they work for the people and every citizen, not just those who don't question their guidance. Stop ignoring and start communicating with your opposition, who bring equally as compelling science and data to the table. 5, demand they stop manipulating our COVID numbers immediately. From COVID positives that are being counted as hospitalizations that are never inpatient stays to dumping deaths that have occurred over long periods of time into the count to reporting ICU. Our next email is from Amy Pink. Hello, my name is Amy Pink, and I work at Sparkling White, Clean, and Very Spaced Out Salon in downtown Rochester. We have worn all of our PPE in full since June, more PPE than my friends in the medical field. I have been subjected to biweekly COVID tests, made to disclose my medical results to my clients, forced to be at 50% capacity, and have lost over 50% of my income as a result of that. I've put up with all this in order to do the right thing, but closing us down is wrong, and we are complying and losing our lives. I make $140 a week on unemployment, have a mortgage and bills, and a baby coming in 3 months. Please, please, this is ruining my life. Please have mercy and open us back up. Our next email is from Nicole Russell. I will keep this short and to the point. As salon owners, we have waited 2 long weeks out of work to hear some discretion from Mr. Cuomo on when and how we will reopen. Once again, zero guidance from him. He did state that salons are not major spreaders, and that was that. These are people's livelihoods, and he is messing with here. We are real people with homes and families. We need to make a living. We are not pawns. We reopened June 1st with strict regulations and continue to adhere to every single one. Of the several hundred people we have seen since then, not one COVID case, not a single one. We need your help. We need voices louder than ours. Please help. Our next email is from Valerie Clifford. Please consider the great need for residents in nursing homes and rehabilitation centers to have one essential caregiver allowed to have physical contact with them. It will greatly improve the communication between the family and the resident's care team, as well as improve the mental and physical health of the residents. My grandmother has been in a rehabilitation center for the past 2 months and has rapidly declined. Isolation and lack of communication is contributing to her depression and making her health worse. Failure to thrive is quickly becoming a bigger threat to our seniors than anything else, and I truly feel that having one essential caregiver allowed to visit would mitigate these concerns. The essential caregiver would follow all precautions as the healthcare workers do. Please consider that the benefits outweigh the possible concerns. Our next email is from Laura Caridi. I'm advocating to allow families back into nursing homes. It's been far too long now, over 9 months of isolation from families. We are essential to our loved ones' mental, physical, and emotional health. I see increased depression in my mother who wants to give up because she can't see me except from outside her window. In order to eliminate failure to thrive and prevent depression and anxiety, we need to give our loved ones all the love we can. It's time we allow family members into the nursing homes. I understand there are risks, but I don't see the difference between a family member and a worker if the same protocols are followed. Actually, I believe family members may be more responsible. Keeping family out has not stopped workers from bringing COVID in. I have had 3 COVID tests in order to try and see my mother in person, but each time a worker has come up positive and my visit canceled. Visits from family are central to the care of residents, buffering against loneliness, anxiety, and depression by providing continuity, advocacy, and emotional support. Visitors, which are family members, also assist with personal care. Visiting can provide residents with a sense of meaning, worthiness, and connectedness. The absence of strong social support is therefore harmful to both the physical and psychological well-being of residents and can lead to excessive mortality rates due to failure to thrive. This is particularly the case for residents with dementia. When visitation is restricted or stopped, these interactions are lost. This also negatively affects visitors, family members, and friends, disrupting bonds, coping mechanisms, and even their identities. Families recognize their role as essential to quality care. During this pandemic, family caregivers should be recognized as the invisible workforce that can provide essential care and alleviate strain on health and social care systems. We need to have a compassionate caregiver status here in New York. There are several states that have already followed this status, one family member designated per resident that is allowed to enter the facility at any time. I see firsthand the toll the isolation has caused for my mother. I fear she will not last much longer. Our loved ones are being deprived of their rights and last days with their families. She finally met her great-grandson through a closed window after 7 months. I have met many family members of nursing home and LTC residents in the last 9 months. Our next email is from Kristen Power. I'd like to share with you the devastating situation that persists in nursing homes in Monroe County. I specifically would like to mention St. John's, as I have been a loved one locked out since March 13th. To make this as short and simple as possible, I need to be blunt. I apologize if it seems callous. Family has been locked out, residents are dying because of isolation and lack of care, starvation, isolation, and neglect, sin. Staff continues to expose residents, and in the past couple of weeks, at least 6 residents have passed away. This is unacceptable. Do you know the fear and anxiety of residents have waiting to be exposed? Do you realize how hard it is for them to continually wait for a test result to find out if they might die in the next 2 weeks? Well, I do, because my loved one fears this every day. Do you know how hard it is to comfort that loved one over the phone? Answer the questions, will I see you again before I die? What did I do to deserve to be locked away like this? I do, and it's horrendous to try and explain a no good answer. I'm sorry it's not okay for your loved ones on to see, but it's okay for staff to expose you. There's no good reason why an essential family caregiver cannot be allowed in. We can follow all the same rules as the staff, proper use of PPE and testing. In fact, we as families would be much more cognizant of where we go and what we would do, as we would not want our loved ones getting sick. These are our loved ones, not just a paycheck. We place our loved ones in their care, and they are failing our loved ones. Our loved ones have a Bill of Rights, and as far as I'm concerned, their rights are being violated. My loved one has the right to be with family, and my loved one has the right to be protected from a staff potentially infecting them with an almost certain death virus. It's a shame that the administration is afraid to take a stand for the residents that we have placed in their care. I was told they couldn't take a stand and be our heroes, and be the heroes our loved ones need to get us back in, because Governor Cuomo would play hardball and cut their funding. That is disturbing, very disturbing, that the governor would have that much power. Our loved ones need us. It's not humane to isolate. Our loved ones need us. It's not humane to isolate them at such a vulnerable time in their lives. Imagine if this was your loved one. Our next email is from Samantha Velez. I'm writing because the salon I worked at was closed 2 weeks ago, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. I'm sure you'll be receiving tons of emails and phone calls from angry, upset, and quite frankly pissed off people of the county and maybe even the state. Now, I've been there, done that. I've cried to my spouse for hours on end, repeatedly asking, what am I going to do? What about our daughter? I can't take her out of daycare again because I can't afford to keep her in. Truth is, not even a week's worth of unemployment covers part-time daycare costs. 2 days a week for 4 hours, I refuse to take her out completely because the first shutdown, it ruined my baby, and I will bleed my bank account dry before I let this happen again. Which is exactly what is happening. I'm barely collecting enough to put money to put food on our table, let alone pay bills and stay afloat. I want to work. I enjoy working. So to close down these businesses simply for the fact that they are located in the wrong zip code, not because there have been any cases of COVID in the establishment, is so absurd I can't even believe I have to explain myself. Our salon has serviced over 3,000 guests since we reopened in June. Not one case of COVID traced back to us. We've complied with all the bogus regulations, working at half capacity, stationed 6 feet apart, taking temperatures, which I'm sure is some sort of HIPAA violation, wiping everything down in between clients, the ridiculous piece of plexiglass at my front desk, which is impossible to hear anything through with all the blow dryers are going through a mask. My job as a front-end manager has turned into a 24/7 maid safety hazard control, and it's not fun anymore. We deserve to be open because we worked so hard to do the right things the first time. The amount of clients that have come in our salon saying they couldn't feel more safe is more than anyone could say about walking into Walmart or Target or good old Wegmans. But we're the ones who are closed. Ask yourself if it makes any sense. I have played the scenarios over and over in my head, and none of it is logical, fair, or even resemblant to a point of fair. Open up Rochester. We need to make a living just like the government, who, mind you, has not had to stay at home with our pay or even had to follow their own restrictions. Our next email is from Amy Foley. Please accept my sincere thanks for your service to our community and for your willingness to listen to my comments regarding matters of school closures and mandated in-school COVID-19 testing of our children in Monroe County. We are a community of caring, dedicated families. We practice good citizenship and educated and successful in our professions. We protect our children and take care of our neighbors. We also have high expectations of our local government. As elected leaders, you have the challenging task, duty, and honor of making decisions that reflect the voice of your constituents. I'm writing to you because it is essential that I share with you how myself and a vast number of families and parents in Monroe County view these issues. I can speak on behalf of myself and every parent, neighbor, and work colleague that has shared their views with me. Unanimously, we believe that our children should be able to resume attending school full-time. The data does not indicate the need for ongoing school closures, and to continue to do so would be unethical considering the detriment to our children's education and well-being. Even more critical, we would request that you uphold and preserve the rights of parents, together with our children's pediatricians, to determine the necessity of and to administer medical testing or treatment of any illness, including COVID-19. We humbly request and ultimately require that you, as our elected officials, demonstrate your respect for your constituency by acknowledging and addressing these concerns to the greatest extent possible. You have my utmost respect and gratitude for your leadership during this difficult time. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Our next email is from Amanda Christinus. I heard there's a meeting tomorrow, so I decided to share with you how closing our salon has affected me. I'm a wife and mother of 3 children. I have a 16-year-old stepdaughter, 4-year-old son, and 6-month-old son. Life this year has been a challenge, especially going on round 2 of closing our salon. I currently work 6 more hours a week than I did before the shutdown. Sound like too much, but that's 24 hours a month and 24 hours less I get to spend with my children. Plus, I'm making roughly $500 to $700 less a week. That's $2,000 a month. Why must you ask? Because of the rules our salon have to follow. We're not allowed to double book clients, and we have to book all clients 15 minutes apart for sanitation purposes. I'm okay with all the above because, hey, at least I'm able to work. I'm incredibly grateful to work. It's awesome to make your own money rather than sitting home on unemployment. Let's talk about that. Unemployment. Seeing I'm self-employed, getting unemployment is awesome. I'm glad I was able to get it while we were shut down the first time. But the $458 I receive would pay for half my son's daycare, who's 4 years old. I can't pull him out because he's going for pre-K and groceries. The rest of my bills, not sure who's going to pay for those. It's my husband's slow season. He's a roofer, so he isn't able to swing the bills either. Salons are safe. All we do is clean. And you know that I know even Cuomo knows that. Open us up. We shouldn't be punished because others aren't following the rules. Our next email is from Gina Steen. I ask that you please consider the idea of giving residents at nursing homes an essential caregiver that is allowed to come in and have physical contact with their loved one. It would help reduce the rapid decline of the residents who are in total isolation from their family. The essential caregiver would have to go through all the same protocols as healthcare workers that are working in the facility. Please consider the great benefits this would have on the residents. Thank you for your time. Our next email is from Joe Braz. I have a cute Yorkie Terrier. When we're on vacation, he's put in a kennel. When he's there, he will be groomed, have his nails clipped, gets visitation from my son and daughter, and gets to play with other dogs. My mother is in a nursing home where, since March, she hasn't been groomed, her nails have only been cut 2 times, and she has no visitation. Andrew Hitler keeps his subjects in his distorted image. He must be stopped. He is to be condemned. He must experience that pain. I will not ask, but demand this criminal be sentenced for human cruelty and murder. Get this done. The next email is from Michaela Scherns. I'm a Monroe County resident and find myself, quite frankly, fed up. In March, I, along with my family, did our duty and locked down for 2 weeks. To most, this was an excuse to sit home and do some cleaning and enjoy company with our central family unit. This was not the reality for my family. I am one of 13 children. I am also a single mom to 1. During the lockdown, I did as I do daily and helped at my parents' house with their 8 minor children. Not only did the children experience trauma from their very lives being ripped away from them, you cannot get adequate groceries for the family without hours of hunting. Limits on food does not work when you have a household of 10+ people. And watch as every vital therapy and resource was ripped away from them. We experienced nervous breakdowns from 2 school-age children and massive regression from 2 special needs children. Since then, I've reached out to everyone I could think of to help in restoring services to these children who have been so unfairly and unjustly disenfranchised by the shutdown. Rich Funky's office was helpful. They listened and unfortunately could not do much to help. Bob Duffy's office was helpful in passing along these issues we were having and trying to find some resolutions. Dr. Mendoza's office had a secretary call my mother in June. The secretary stated, "Too bad, so sad, nothing is going to restore services to these children." Dr. Mendoza's office was cut and dry. No one was going to resume therapies, period. No negotiation, no empathy, and just as important, no follow-up. In September, 2 children were able to resume 2 days a week of school at Holy Child. Is 2 days a week sufficient for children who require multiple therapies and massive help? Of course it isn't. But something was better than nothing. Then the testing began, and Holy Childhood shut down for 2 weeks because their population is not a simple one to test. You see, one of my brothers is adopted from China. He has extreme trauma from doctors from his time living there, and anyone who so much resembles a doctor, lab coat, stethoscope, and 1 point even mask causes him extreme distress. I do not understand the push from Dr. Mendoza's office to test children who have an inability to understand what is going on. Next email is from Kathleen Slocum. I'm a daughter of a 33-year Army veteran who is living in an assisted living facility. This is a man who guarded President Truman, performed honor burials in Arlington Cemetery, guarded the tomb of the unknown soldier, and fought in Korea where he almost died. He then came home and joined with the Army National Guard. He protected us through the riots of the 1960s. When the prison guards went on strike, he stepped in with the National Guard in Elmira. He's always showed up for our country when our country called. He loves his country and is proud of his service. Now our government has turned their back on him when he needs them and us most. He is now in failure to thrive because of the isolation since March. We can't go in the facility, especially when COVID cases arrive. My father is dying and will die alone. The doctor said he has 3 months to live if he continues down this path. He is torn that he can't visit with his kids. We're all the life he has. Is this how our country treats a veteran, a man who gave up his life to serve? We are asking to please let us have one family member go in as a central caregiver. Just one, please. I love my father so very much. It isn't right that families are torn apart, that parents can't see their kids. Please, please, just one essential caregiver. We will do anything, test, or whatever is asked of us, please. Our next email is from Amy Valenti. Dear Governor Cuomo and Dr. Mendoza, when does the madness end? Since when is COVID-19 the only health concern that matters? What about mental health or addiction? Heart disease? Let's start measuring the number of suicides and overdoses and the rates since your lockdowns. Other diseases that have a higher death rate? Why are we only measuring COVID-19 cases? What about SARS, H1N1? No one was reporting this daily when it was a pandemic. I'm a Catholic and believe that when God says that it's time for me to go to heaven, then so be it. Why are you trying to control my destiny? I am not a child. I have followed all the rules, and we all want to live in a safe community, but each of us deserve to review the research behind your so-called science and government mandates that indicate it's safer to go to Walmart but not a small local business trying desperately to survive. It's safer for kids to go to a daycare center but not go to school. It's safer to dine with 4 people at a table but not 5. You cannot possibly go to a bar without eating, and you must go before 10 p.m. It's safer to go to Home Depot but not the gym. It's safer to go to the liquor store but not a church. None of this makes sense. I feel a sense of sorrow for all the kids in our community and parents struggling to make ends meet. My mother is a perfect example of how this is all being handled completely wrong. She is in her 90s and was completely alert and engaged before she had a fall and ended up in the hospital. For over 2 weeks, she laid in the hospital bed in pain. Finally, they determined that she needed a hip replacement. All the while, we cannot see her. We cannot visit due to COVID-19. She is terrified and speaks surrounded by strangers in an unfamiliar environment. No one will listen or help us. Now, 1 month later, she lays in a rehab facility and is completely confused and experiences delirium. In isolation from her and her family for over 30 days, she tells us that she is in jail, claims that she has fallen at this institution, and wonders why we don't visit her. We're able to arrange a window visit with her like an animal in a zoo. She begs us to bring her home. Let's measure how many of our loved ones have died in isolation and put this on the television screen every day. Besides all of this, it's not worth it to try and be a small business owner in New York State. Businesses are forced to pay unemployment. Our next email is from Michelle Dowling. My grandfather is in an assisted living facility. He served this country for over 30 years. He loves his country and is very proud of his service. He is now dying in the facility because of the isolation. It is called failure to thrive. Doctors are only giving him months to live because of the effects of the isolation and the depression it has caused. He doesn't want to eat, his dementia has gotten worse, his kids and grandkids are the most important thing to him. Because of the dementia, he thinks we are no longer want to see him. He forgets there is COVID, and that is the reason why we can't come in. Our government is killing our seniors, separating them from their families. The interaction of families is so very, very important to our seniors whose lives are near the end. Please mandate that one family member can come in as an essential caregiver. Please, we need to take care of him. We need to show him that he is indeed loved. Our next email is from Rachel Rohr. Where is the transparency in regards to our questions about why children are being targeted at schools? The data do not support spread at schools with children and teachers compared to our community spread. Testing should not be done in a school environment. This is overreach and disgusting. Decisions about any kind of medical testing should be done between the parents and their doctor. The minimizing and gaslighting from Dr. Mendoza and Adam Bello are not acceptable. They delete questions/comments they don't want to answer or block community members from not being able to ask them. There is no transparency. You are working for the public, therefore there needs to be real answers given. Stop saying that you want the children back in schools and everything normal for them, and actually start advocating for them. Everyone at this point either sees through or is starting to. What about the suicide rates for children? What about the anxiety, depression going up for children and teens? Why don't you speak about that? Start advocating for our children and stop playing the political game. It's children's lives. Our next email is from Cindy Gigino. Bill of Rights, Section 1. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied equal protection of the law. These are not idle words. They are words to live by. You, meaning the whole governing body, is out of order. You have broken your oaths to God and the people to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. You have breached your primary duties as public servants. You have trespassed on civil rights of the American people. Many innocent lives have been destroyed by prolonged distress and discomfort brought on by governing agents who denied them in their right of survivorship. Common sense is common needs. Self-preservation requires the ability to earn a living without fear of threats and hostility, the ability to exercise individual choices for their safety and well-being, and the ability to preserve their reputation of good standing with creditors. You have interfered with domestic tranquility by demonstrating a conflict of interest. You have replaced liberty with executive orders and applied harsh penalties for noncompliance, thereby forcing your will on the people, leaving them defenseless. The livelihood of the people belongs to the people, but you deemed them insolvent and incompetent when you took away that right to choose. You, the governing body, who were duly elected by the people, do not have the sole power to hold a human being against their will or the will of God, who gives them unalienable rights of life and liberty. This is pure negligence on your part. I personally have petitioned my congressperson with a notice of my intent to uphold and defend that unalienable right to life and liberty, repeatedly, with nothing in return, but repeated assault on my liberties, leaving me with unresolved injuries that to this day still threaten my survival as well and well-being. There's been a breach of peace by the unchecked powers, man-made rules that carry opposing views, the unions as set forth in our Constitution disrupt the general welfare. Conflict and disorder is caused by chaos and confusion, which in turn disturbs a once peaceful life. A good rule of law always protects and preserves life. Those who wish to work outside the common good do not deserve a seat in the House. Our next email is from Kim Brown. There's a desired need to allow at least one person from a resident's family to be let in to give essential services to that loved one. We have not been able to control the deadly outbreak of COVID-19 in our nursing homes. So to further punish our elders, they are now dying from loneliness, neglect, and isolation. The workers are just not able to do their jobs and take on the role of family for this declining, fragile group of people. My mom has declined to the point of being in hospice now. We have lost time with her that we cannot get back at the end of her life. So many people were never even able to hug her and say, "I love you" one last time. An essential caregiver would have the same COVID-19 tests as staff and be responsible for social distancing. An essential caregiver would be able to assist staff in care of their loved ones, which I'm sure staff would welcome. Staff at our nursing home and long-term care facilities are overworked, underpaid, and often understaffed, which leads to neglect and burnout. Please commit to the following, to allowing residents at long-term care facilities to have an essential caregiver and to give them human touch and much-needed attention that our declining elders need desperately. I stood in my mom's window calling her name and calling her name with no reply. Her condition has declined so much that she doesn't even know I'm there anymore. Her two main senses left are taste and touch. She may know I'm there if I can touch her. Thank you for your time. Our next email is from Nick Mangan. I'm writing tonight to ask how much longer we'll be asked to participate in the charade. We have completed everything that our governor and county executive had asked us to do. We have been masked and distanced, and still cases continue to rise. Any logical person would come to the assumption that these measures simply do not protect you, as we were led to believe, and yet we continue. The community was asked to test in schools directly after many people, including our own governor, said that kids aren't the problem. Your government overreach is killing people, killing people's businesses, killing people's mental health, killing our liberty. Frankly, I don't want to be ruled unable to question a decree sent down from us on high. This has gone on for a year now. We have lost a year. My kids have lost a year of their lives, not because of a virus, but because of draconian measures to stop it. Never in history have we quarantined the sick with the healthy, and now I'm to believe that we're trusting the science. The time for the shutdown limbo is over. Protect the elderly and let the working class people flourish. When does this end? Where is the metric for reopening? My patience and well-being of many people within this community is running thin. Stop ruling and start governing. Our next email is from Joanne Thomas. On March 8th, our loved ones' homes became their prisons. This is the day our family and many families' nightmares began. We were informed by email that we could no longer visit or take loved ones out. We knew our loved ones were now at the mercy of too many evils without our presence. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would be writing this letter in early December pleading to save our loved ones and for families to be reunited. We lost tens of thousands of precious seniors and veterans in long-term care homes in New York State and many in our own very own communities. They died of poor decision-making, many years of failing systems, and ongoing neglect. Families knew the problems long before COVID got its name. Now the hidden COVID health crisis is that our loved ones have become the most expendable. They are dying now, and not from COVID, but rather cruel, inhumane isolation. Staff in all our facilities are tired, underpaid, and very often understaffed. They know the value of families' presence and the importance of our everyday involvement in their loved ones' cares. Families for 9 months have watched staff members touch, hug, and care for our loved ones while we watch it all through Windows, Zoom, visits, or if we're lucky, 6 feet apart. We have seen staff members living their lives, and rightfully so. We have seen them at restaurants, banks, malls, Walmart, Home Depot, grocery stores, and even in the middle of large protests in the streets of Rochester. They come and go from these facilities and do all the things family do, but they are not allowed the right to be with our loved ones, and we are not. We, the families, are treated as if we are the threat, but really the only difference between staff and families are the titles we hold. They are aides, CNAs, nurses, administrators, and we are sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and grandchildren. All just human beings wanting to save lives. We ask that a family member be made an essential caregiver. We are not visitors, we are caretakers. We stood in the streets of Rochester holding pictures of our loved ones, begging for us to be made essential for months. Many of our loved ones have not only served our country, but this community honorably. Our loved ones are giving up, they are not eating, their clothes no longer fit, they cry and beg for us to come in. Our next email is from Clayton Baker. I want to inform you that Michael Mendoza and Adam Bello are applying additional COVID-19 restrictions to county residents on top of the already severe state restrictions coming from Andrew Cuomo. These added restrictions are increasing the collateral damage of the health and well-being of our citizens, especially our children, caused by New York State's COVID-19 policies. I call upon the legislature to demand from Bello and Mendoza a complete list of all instances where they have applied their own restrictions in excess of state policies. I call upon the legislature to put an end to these excess restrictions. I will give one example to show their methods. Many schools elsewhere in New York have used physical barriers in compliance with state guidelines to get more students back in school. However, in Monroe County, school administrators have reported that they have been ordered by county officials to not use barriers in schools to the extent allowed by the state. When legislators questioned Mendoza and Bell about this, they answered, quote, "A shield or barrier does not replace a face covering and 6 feet of physical distance." This reply avoids the basic issue, which is, are Mendoza and Bello following state guidelines regarding barriers? Are they exceeding them? Answer, they are exceeding them, but they don't want to admit it. Bello and Mendoza's response also presents a false choice. The legislators' question do not presume how barriers might be used. Finally, Bello and Mendoza's response represent only their opinion. Barriers have been successfully used around the world to get children back into school safely. In the end, our children face excessive restrictions above and beyond state policies. Why? Because county officials say so. That's why. This is but one example. Meanwhile, our children are suffering immensely by being kept out of school. There have been 0 pediatric deaths due to COVID-19 in Monroe County. There have been multiple child suicides since schools closed. The CDC recently reported a 31% increase in pediatric mental health-related emergency room visits nationwide during school closures. Numerous press reports support these data. The legislature should demand complete, up-to-date mental health and suicide data, and they should investigate the accuracy of Bello and Mendoza's past statements on the matter. For our children, school closures are far more harmful than COVID-19. Prolonged school closures are child abuse of an industrial scale. Our next email is from Jessica Teitler. My name is Jessica Teitler, and I'm writing for you to beg to pay attention to what's occurring in our region. In the last meeting, hundreds of emails were read from parents begging you to stop the hyper-focus on our children and COVID and to do what's best for their education. Not one legislator commented or responded to any of the concerns. Our government has been so focused on closing, testing children, and closing small businesses, all of which have done nothing to tackle real COVID spread. Instead, places of work and our doctors and nurses are not being tested, and the blame keeps getting put on the people not following the rules or wearing masks. Everywhere I turn, people are following rules, yet spread keeps happening. Perhaps the government is focused on the wrong areas. Our hospitals are over capacity, and they always have been in non-COVID times. Why isn't our government looking to increase capacity by using tents or other buildings? Why have our healthcare systems removed support persons from a patient when that only leads to bad outcomes for patients and even death? Patients deserve to have someone advocate for them from the hospital, and why don't they when they don't have a voice? It's not the job of a nurse, and it's not acceptable for a hospital provider to not call family back for 24 hours. The system in place is leading to worse health outcomes as a result of your mandates. We have the same issues in nursing homes. We want to protect our elderly, but banning family is not doing that. COVID is still making its way in, and our grandparents are literally giving up on life. Direct quote from my husband's grandfather, "There's no point in living anymore. He looks unwashed in pictures, nails not cut, not cared for. This is what family and health advocates are for. Please help. This is literally a matter of life and death." Our next email is from Maureen Mattis. I'm writing with so many concerns I don't know where to start. I'll focus on my primary concerns considering time restraints when reading letters. The fact that parents are being backed into a corner with COVID-19 testing of children who don't have any symptoms of illness is a huge concern. It started out voluntarily to get 20% of student population, quickly went to mandatory, or students can't return to school. Children have a right to a public education. This mandatory testing has taken away their rights and turned it into a privilege if parents and students comply. Not only do I feel it is a HIPAA concern, I believe it's a violation of our Fourth Amendment and opens doors to future medical test procedures down the road outside the presence of parents, at state school direction, not a physician direction. Some schools already hand out condoms and even have student health centers that can give teens birth control without parent knowledge. What other medical procedures will the school/state determine our children have to undergo in order to have the privilege to attend school? Parental rights are being eroded a little at a time. While our children are at home in front of computer screens, they are getting at risk of online predators, isolation, depression, drug addiction, suicidal thoughts. Some have committed suicide due to the 2 weeks to flatten the curve, turning into 9 months of no normal social interaction or sports. What are the numbers? Instead of how many positive cases, maybe they should start focusing on the fallout from all the limits they have decided they have to put power to have, all the limits they have decided they have the power to put on us all. Now they want to test asymptomatic healthcare workers. Why? To help Governor Cuomo shut down the whole state like he is threatening to do if hospitals levels get to a point? I'm hoping that the levels will not be exaggerated by counting patients that are in the ED for over 8 hours counted as admittance, or long-term stays of nursing home patients who are required to test negative, which they could be over there for over a month. Bello and Dr. Mendoza are not being receptive to questions, or at least not to mine. They work for us, and they need to answer to us to understand the public are not subjects of the state. Dr. Mendoza isn't even an elected official, and he seems to have the most to say in the guidelines. We have protected rights that do not disappear during a health incident. Our next email is from Laura DeWalaby. Hi, my name is Laura DeWalaby, and I have some questions I'd love to ask and know why Monroe County, especially Adam Bello and Mike Mendoza, are going above and beyond what the CDC has recommended. Why push for private schools to test 100% of the students when a change was made to test only 20%? Why are the places such as gyms, daycares, and hair salons under strict guidelines, and when they don't have transmissions? What has been paid in overtime to Bello and Mendoza? What other businesses can't even make money to support their families? I'm demanding the stop of overtime pay to these individuals. Where are the suicide numbers among our children and the overdoses? And how does Adam Bello and Mike Mendoza believe that this isn't a direct correlation with the lockdowns? I'd also love to ask the legislators to rein in the powers of Mike Mendoza and Adam Bello, to also stop ignoring the public with our concerns and questions. Our community, small business, children, seniors, and families are suffering enormously. The emergency is over. Enough is enough. This isn't Cuba. This is America. Our next email is from Melanie Bernhardt. I'm forwarding you a letter that I sent to the Brighton. Excuse me, I just want to make sure I'm reading the right. Okay. I believe she wants the letter read. First off, Kevin, I do appreciate the letter you sent Governor Cuomo, though I feel it will fall on deaf ears or never even be read, unfortunately. Please continue to inundate him and Dr. Mendoza with letters. Now, onto the meat of my email. I'm writing this email to everyone because I just drove my 11th grader through the COVID-19 testing site at the high school. I did not consent the first time. I would not have consented this time, but now I feel I have no choice. My son has a 504 plan and needs to be educated in person. Remote online classes do not work for my son's learning style. This required testing has caused a significant rift between me and my ex-husband, and now my son is stuck in the middle of a consenting and non-consenting parent. I caved and consented even though my entire being was screaming, this is wrong. Why do I have to prove my child is healthy to get an education? Guilty until proven innocent? Where did our constitutional rights go? Our personal choice? As I stated before in my online forum, I feel that I'm being coerced and harassed to get my son tested. This doesn't sound like a choice because if I don't comply, my child will be penalized and denied an appropriate education. Am I not a taxpaying citizen of Brighton? This is why I moved here for the schools. However, I am now homeschooling my 8th grader and may have to pull my 11th grader out and go for a GED. The state keeps moving the finishing line. Are you not seeing this? How many hoops will you jump through? Why are you and other districts not getting together to stand up to this tyrant of a governor? We, the parents, have elected you and everyone on the board to represent our best interests. We are being let down. How far will you let the state move the finish line to the detriment of our children's mental, physical, and psychological health? The side effects of the COVID protection measures, i.e. increased anxiety, depression, drug and alcohol abuse, and suicides far outweigh deaths and illnesses associated with COVID-19. The statistics are there. Go look them up. Ask yourself, what is next? They will push as long as you allow it. Please start pushing back. If they decide the finish line is a COVID-19 vaccine, are you automatically going to go ahead and state that? Next email is from Leah Randazano. I'm sitting in my grandma's nursing home as she is actively dying. I received a phone call this morning saying that my grandma was in her last moments and we should prepare ourselves. I have not seen my grandma in person one time since February this year. First time I'm seeing her in 10 months is on her deathbed. As I was walking back to her room, the common areas were empty. It was eerily quiet, and I noticed each resident was in their room with their door shut. They are completely isolated from human contact. They are in their room with the door shut 24 hours a day. The nursing home staff were all out in the common areas, laughing and joking around. I'm watching them laugh and joke as I walk back to see my grandma and hold her hand as she takes her last breath, thinking about how she has been alone for the past 10 months with no human contact from her family, no hugs or kisses. We didn't even get the opportunity to do outdoor visits. We aren't asking for restrictions to be lifted. I understand they need to be in place for a reason. We are asking for one essential caregiver that can be allowed into nursing homes to ensure that their loved ones' wishes are being met and they are getting the care they deserve. If we can all get the same COVID test that nursing home employees Nursing home employees can follow the same precautions and wear the same PPE. Why can't there be one essential caregiver allowed to be by the side of our loved ones? They need our help. They need their family by their side. What is happening to our nursing home residents is torture. They need an essential caregiver, and they can't be stuck and isolated in their rooms. This has to stop. Our next email is from Jelzy Randazzo Marquez. I'm writing this email on December 8th, 2020 in the lobby of my mother's skilled nursing facility as she lay actively dying down the hall. She has been locked down in isolation for 9 months, and she is now just has moments left because of her failure to thrive. September 3rd, 2020, we stood with local officials as we demanded one essential caregiver be per assisted living and nursing home resident. We stated that the inevitable is approaching, a second wave of COVID, and that it would come with a vengeance. It is here, and we are nowhere further in our battle than we were in March of this year. Rather, we continue to lose our seniors and veterans to a threat beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, failure to thrive. Simply put, our seniors and veterans, those who have been staples in our community, paved the way for our generations and fought for our rights, are giving up. They have lost their will to live. As I come to say my final goodbye, I stand witness to over 100 other residents who are withering away. They have become shells of their former selves. They have been locked inside rooms in complete isolation from their families for 9 entire months. Food and drink trays are left untouched. Bedside call buttons go unanswered. Make a family essential caregivers now. Our next email is from Blue Seas. Thank you for this opportunity to share my concerns about Monroe County arts funding. The directors of 3 important mid-sized arts organizations were recently asked if they received county support. All 3 were surprised to hear that there was such a program. There doesn't seem to be a web presence, no call for applications, no description of process, no panel of experts to review applications. Notably, 75% of the funds are allocated to one large organization with a few others receiving substantial support, leaving a small fraction to be divided among only 11 many other venues. These venues are funded on average around 0.5% of their budget. For comparison, Erie County annually funds almost 100 arts organizations, many receiving 8 to 9% of their operating budget. Erie County, Cayuga County, Allegheny County all fund their arts and culture sectors through a commission which is led by experts in the field. The Bell administration transition recommendations include the creation of such a commission. Monroe County wouldn't fund MCC without input from diverse education professionals, nor would Monroe County fund law enforcement without input from sheriffs and legal experts. Admittedly, arts and culture are not life or death. This important part of our local economy deserves meaningful support with greater involvement from professionals in the field. For too long, some organizations have been completely left out. Right now, the arts and culture sector is facing the biggest challenge in recent memory, just like restaurants, retail, and for-profit entertainment venues. Surprisingly, all not-for-profits were specifically restricted from the fast-forward Monroe emergency funding. I urge the legislature to amend the budget and more equitably allocate funding to more art venues at this critical time of need. Our next email is from Wendy Wilson. COVID has infected our minds more than it has infected our bodies. My daughter is 12-year-old entering junior high, 7th grade this past September. I also work as support staff in an elementary school. The damage our Monroe County Department of Health is doing to our children is unacceptable and borders on child abuse. Has it been proven that our schools are not super spreaders? Has there not been statements from both the CDC and WHO that state asymptomatic transmission amongst children and to adults is extremely rare? This random COVID testing is government overreach and needs to be stopped immediately. On the federal call last week, they were encouraging testing of all healthcare workers and county workers to get a better stat on community spread. There was no mention of children. Why are children still being targeted when this wasn't even a recommendation? Why are we still masking our children when there are too many risks that override the benefits? Masking on asymptomatic individuals is utterly ridiculous. 9 months of this fear-mongering, pandemic-driven type leadership has done nothing good for our children. It needs to stop now. Even after asking months ago, Dr. Mendoza and Annabelle still failed to consider the severe mental health distress that their directives have caused. Has any testing been done with regards to mental health of our children? How about weight gain, effects of increased screen time, isolation from friends and extended family, any surveys at all issued by the Department of Health? Open our schools fully. Open our sports fully. Stop the testing. No mandatory vaccine. It's time our officials work with us rather than against us. Our voices will be heard and we will not comply. Our next email is from Melody Sparks Stewart. Please allow residents in long-term care facilities to be essential caregivers. It is inhumane to keep these paying elderly residents from their beloved family members for so many months. They are dying from lack of their loved ones' visits. Find it in your heart to be compassionate to these human pleas. Failure to thrive is unjust and inhumane. This has gone on long enough. Allow family in with proper mask gloves to care for their parents' elderly loved ones. Our next email is from Cynthia Brown. My 89-year-old father has been shuttered off in his room in quarantine in Edna Nursing Home, Greece, New York, since March when the pandemic began. His dementia and infirmities have greatly accelerated since the lockdown and are a direct result of this abuse of isolation and lack of normal family visits for the past 9 months. Who knows how long he will live at 89 years old, having survived bladder cancer and a fractured pelvis within the last year. COVID runs rampant in the nursing home today. Workers are allowed to come and go, while families denied even window visits and normal contact. My father only wants to have a meal with his family, watch a movie together, yet he's denied these basic comforts. The harsh, stark end-of-life reality, heartbreaking at best. Our officials have let us down horribly, by not mandating rapid testing in these facilities for visitation, and providing unproven UV and HEPA air filtration sanitation techniques in nursing homes. Hospitals are equipped as such routinely. The subways in Manhattan are disinfected daily. Cuomo is blind, in total denial about his neglect and emotional abuse of our greatest generation. I implore you to institute legislation making families essential caregivers with a family bill of rights. Our seniors are not prisoners. They are fragile, vulnerable folks who need predictable and meaningful contact with family members who are the only ones who care for them as we do. To deny them the support is criminal. Please find a path to correct this abomination of care for our elderly. Our next email is from Carol Core. That's to write a letter in my heart. I thought, why bother? It's not going to do any good. But my parents taught me to never give up. I'd like to tell you a little something about my dad, George Berger. My dad is a World War II veteran. When he was 17, he was in the Navy. 3 years ago, my brother and I convinced our parents the best thing for them was to move into an adult care facility where they would get extra help they needed. My mom suffered from dementia and couldn't be home by herself any longer, and my dad was not able to do stairs any longer. It was a hard sell, but we told them one of us would be there every night to sit with them at dinner time, and on the weekends we would be there at lunchtime. Sadly, after a few months of being there, my mom passed away. We thought for sure my dad would soon follow her. Surprisingly, my dad didn't give up. Things have changed so much for my dad now. He no longer sees his 2 children every day. He no longer sees his brother. He no longer sees his grandchildren. He no longer sees his great-grandchildren. He no longer wants to eat. He doesn't understand what's going on and why he can't come. He no longer wants to live. He has lost over 40 pounds and sleeps all day. He's losing his memories because we are not there to talk to him about them. I realize that you are trying to do the right thing by protecting the seniors, but at what cost? If you were going to go into a senior living facility and take a survey of how many seniors would take the chance of dying from COVID if they could see their family, what do you think the results would be? We broke our promise of being there every day at mealtime. We broke our promise that it was the best thing for him. Damage is done. I think it's too late for my dad, but it's not too late for every senior. Please help them. Please let one family member in. COVID is there. COVID is in the senior facilities, and it's not family members that's bringing it in. Thank you for listening. Our next email is from Bridget Hurley. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight as you deliberate and vote on the 2021 budget for Monroe County. Last week, we released the Children's Agenda Review of and recommendations for the proposed budget. We shared it with legislators and the administration, and it's available to the community members on our website, thechildrensagenda.org. In our recommendations, we represent the needs of some of our county's most vulnerable children. The additional resources proposed for child care, early intervention, and preschool special education for preventative services, and youth bureau will make a real difference in 2021. We urge you to approve these proposals. 2021 will be unlike any year we have experienced. It presents opportunities to this legislature and the administration to take significant steps forward, even in a challenging budget year. You can lay the groundwork for racial equity by changing racist county policies, particularly those identified by the Commission on Race and Structural Equity. You can build equity into the county's decision-making with a race equity assessment process. And the comprehensive planning process can begin with a special focus on the future of this community, its children. We urge you to take advantage of these opportunities in 2021 and to make Monroe County the best place in New York to raise a family. Thank you. Our next email is from Dr. Helen Stropko. The mission of public schools is to educate and nurture the development of youngsters. However, leadership and initiative have been painfully lacking to get our children back in school full time. For 3 months, the vast majority of our children have been restricted to hybrid models or fully remote learning. Despite dire predications and fears, no avalanche of COVID cases has occurred. By all indications, the virus is not being transmitted within schools. Not a single death due to COVID has occurred in those under the age of 30 in the entire Finger Lakes region. Despite this encouraging trend, instead of proceeding with fully opening our school districts, have instead agreed to mass testing of students. As a physician, this initiative is baffling to me. What is the rationale in testing, at great expense to the system, the least vulnerable, asymptomatic population that is clearly not spreading the disease? Historically, mortality rates help stratify the relative risk of a disease or activity in our society. In the whole of the United States, 105 deaths have been attributed to COVID among those under the age of 20. By contrast, influenza claimed 188 lives, children under age 17. Drownings numbered 995, and motor vehicle accidents accounted for a staggering 4,074 deaths amongst youngsters in 1 year. According to the logic currently governing school closures, no child should ever go swimming, as nearly 1,000 may die due to drowning. Since over 4,000 children die in car crashes, no one must ever travel by car anywhere. Most people would agree that such sentiments are absurd. An element of certainty is inherent in living on this planet. Yet zero risk is the philosophy reigning most educators today. Responsible societies recognize the value of educating their young. Schools provide vital social networking and stability for children. Now, this important value has been callously tossed aside in favor of an obsession with following the mandates of health commissioners, even as our staff suffer greatly in their wake. Disappointingly, school boards throughout the affluent community lack the courage to question any governmental overreach. By meekly submitting to overly harsh restrictive mandates, our schools are indirectly contributing to a rise in despair, depression, and even suicide rates among youth in our communities. That concludes our public forum.
I now declare open the public hearing entitled Enacting a Local Law Authorizing a Lease by Negotiation with Federal Express Corporation for Real Property at the Greater Rochester International Airport.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing, nor were any written comments for this hearing submitted in advance. However, a conference call was established for this hearing. The phone number and call-in information was published in the public hearing notice. That phone line has been patched into this meeting. Is there anyone on the line wishing to address the legislature on this matter?
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I will now reconvene the December 18, 2020 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature. At this time, we'll recess the December 8, 2020 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature, and we will convene the Pure Waters Administrative Board for the Gates, Chile, Ogden Sewer District, Arundecoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and the Rochester Pure Waters District. If there are no objections regarding referral 20-0338, we will lift from the table all 4 districts with 1 vote and adopt all 4 districts with 1 vote. Additionally, with referral numbers 20-0378, 20-0380, 20-0382, and 20-0384, we will adopt all 4 districts with 1 vote. The clerk will see to it that individual motion and resolution numbers are assigned to each. Mr. Clerk, please note the attendance and read the first item on the agenda.
PWAB agenda items numbers 1, 8, 15, 22, referral 20-0338, providing that resolution introductory numbers G3, I4, N4, and R5 of 2020, entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Gates, Chile, Ogden Sewer District, Arundecoit Bay, South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and Rochester Pure Waters District for County of Monroe, New York, be lifted from the table.
Moved by Legislator Dondorfer, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to lift from the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda items numbers 2, 9, 16, 23, referral number 20-0338, providing that resolution introductory numbers G3, I4, N4, and R5 of 2020 entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Gates, Child, Ogden Sewer District, Rondequoit Bay, South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and Rochester Pure Waters District for County of Monroe, New York be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved
Second.
by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda item numbers 3, 10, 17, and 24, referral 20-0378, authorizing contracts with Atlantic Testing Laboratories LTD and Terracon Consultants New York, Inc. for material testing term services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda items numbers 4, 11, 18, 25, referral 20-0380, authorizing contract with Paradigm Environmental Services, Inc. for professional environmental testing term services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
PWAB agenda items numbers 5, 12, 19, 26, referral 20-0382, authorizing contracts with Arcadis of New York, Inc. and Day Engineering, PC for pump station engineering term services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda items numbers 6, 13, 20, 27, referral 20-0384, authorizing contract with Clean Harbors Environmental Services, Inc. to collect, transport, and dispose of household hazardous waste to support Monroe County Pure Waters Industrial Waste Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda item number 7, referral 20-038, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in the Gates, Child, Ogden Sewer District, general collection system improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
By
Second.
legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
PWAB agenda item number 14, referral 20-0390, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in Rondequoit Bay, South Central Pure Waters District, general pump station and interceptor improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda item number 21, referral 20-0392, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in the Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, general pump station, interceptor, and treatment plant improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
PWAB agenda item number 28, referral 20-0386, authorizing an increase in improvement of facilities in the Rochester Pure Waters District, general collection system, and treatment plant improvements.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Legislator Dannendorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. We will now recess the Gates Chile Ogden Sewer District, Arundecoy Bay South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and Rochester Pure Waters District, and adjourn the Pure Waters Administrative Board. The December 8th, 2020 meeting of the Legislature is reconvened. We will now proceed with the consideration of local laws. Will the clerk please read the first item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral 20-0285.LL, providing that local law introductory number 368 of 2020, entitled Amending Monroe County Charter relating to the term of office of members of county legislature, be lifted from the table.
Moved by Legislator Taylor, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 2, referral 20-0285.LL, providing that local law introductory number 368 of 2020, entitled Amending Monroe County Charter relating to term of office of members of county legislature, be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
Legislator Taylor, seconded by Legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew.
Go ahead, Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say that defining district boundaries and setting terms for the office of the members of the Monroe County Legislature are critical in ensuring that the constituents of Monroe County are fairly represented. The county legislature last revised district boundaries and defined the length of terms of office for members of the Monroe County Legislature in 2011. And that was through local law number 7 of 2011. The terms of office as defined by this local law are set to expire on December 31st, 2021. Typically, the legislative district boundaries would be revised and the terms of office would be determined by the Legislative District Revision Committee. The appointment of this committee is legally tied to the publication of the results of the regular federal census. The Census Bureau has stated that they are working diligently to meet the deadline of December 1st, 2020. However, reapportionment data may not become available until into the second quarter of 2021. The New York State political calendar will likely call for the circulation of designating petitions to begin in February of 2021, meaning that it will be impossible to set a new legislative boundaries within the given timeline for the release of the reapportionment data. Looking at the timeline for past legislative district revision commissions, it's clear that there would not be sufficient time to revise legislative district boundaries, even if apportionment data was made available at the December 31st statutory deadline. The 2011 Legislative District Revision Commission was appointed on February 1st, 2011. However, the local law defining the terms of office and revising the legislative district boundaries became effective on May 26, 2011, a difference of an additional 4 months. Although the nearly 4 months timeline was suitable based on the 2001 New York State political calendar, it would not be viable, as most of us are aware, under the new political calendar that is predicted on consolidated federal and state primary election dates. Despite our inability to revise the legislative district boundaries for the 2021 elections, we must adjust the length of terms of office for the Monroe County legislatures to allow for elections in 2021. In discussing with some of my legislative colleagues, we believe that this is the most practical to amend the existing term of office structure in such a way that all legislators are elected to a term of 2 years at their general election to be held in 2021 in their current district boundaries. The reason behind this is that there's an additional 2-year term will allow for the revision of district boundaries to take place when reapportionment data becomes available and for these newly defined boundaries to be in effect for the general election to be held in 2023. In addition, adding this new 2-year term will allow for the legislator to set new terms of office for the traditional 10-year cycle thereafter. Again, this issue will exist in perpetuity with the June primary. This 2-year extension with a new set of 10-year term thereafter will avoid this timing issue in the future. The reason for this being voted on now is that this item is subject to referendum in anticipation of the 2021 New York State political calendar. We believe it is important that this item is considered at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Legislator Baines, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Legislator Baines.
I agree with my colleague, Legislator Brew, with respect to the front end of the implications of this legislation. I agree with him with respect to 2021. But this legislation means that we will seat a legislature in 2024. And by doing so, by seating the legislature in 2024, we will be in violation of the one person, one vote rule, which is the entire point of redistricting. And we will be having a general election in New York in 2022. And there's a remedy for us being out of compliance with the principle of one person, one vote. And that is to hold the next election of the legislature under the new districts, which will be drawn in 2021, to hold that election in 2022. So for that reason, I rise to explain my vote. I ask for a roll call vote, and I will be voting no on this referral. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder? Excuse me, Mr. Felder?
Hold on, I'm muted.
Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroth?
No.
Mr. Baroth votes no. Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mr. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman?
No.
Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofet-Lassie?
Yes.
Mr. Keofet-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marinetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marinetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Terp?
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 20-9. Motion to adopt is approved. Our next item, number 3, referral 20-0311.LL, providing that local law introductory number 396 of 2020 entitled enacting a local law authorizing a lease by negotiation with Federal Express Corporation for real property at the Greater Rochester International Airport be lifted from the table.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator
Second.
Taylor, seconded by Legislators Dondorfer and Delahanty. This is to lift from the table. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 4, referral 20-0311.ll, providing that local law introductory number 396 of 2020 entitled enacting a local law authorizing a lease by negotiation with Federal Express Corporation for real property at the Greater Rochester International Airport be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Second.
Moved by legislator Taylor, seconded by legislators Dondorfer and Delahanty. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. We will now proceed with the consideration of motions, resolutions, and notices. Will the clerk read the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 5, referral 20-0337, providing that resolution introductory number 424 of 2020 entitled confirming and adopting assessment roles of Pure Waters districts for 2021 be lifted from the table.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is a motion to lift from the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 6, referral 20-0337, providing that resolution introductory number 424 of 2020 entitled confirming and adopting assessment roles of Pure Waters districts for 2021 be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 7, referral 20-0339, confirming appointment and reappointments to Monroe County Library System Board of Trustees.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second,
Moved by
Mr. President.
legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Boyce. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 8, referral 20-0343, accepting grant from United States Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration for Drug Enforcement and Administration Task Force.
So moved, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
legislator Boyce, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 9, referral 20-0344, accepting grant from New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services for Operation Stone Garden Program and authorizing intermunicipal agreements with towns of Greece, Arundequoit, and Webster.
Move it, Mr. President.
Legislator Boyce, seconded by legislators Ansello and Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 10, referral 20-0345, accepting grant from New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services for Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Grant Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 11, referral 20-0347, accepting grant from New York State Office of Indigent Legal Services for Third Counsel at First Appearance Program, the Office of the Public Defender.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved
Second.
by legislator Boyce, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Number 12.
Item number 12, referral 20-0349, accepting grant from New York State Stop DWI Foundation, Inc. for DWI crackdown weekend enforcement and authorizing intermunicipal agreements with 8 municipalities.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Boyce,
Second.
seconded by legislators Ansello and Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Number 13.
Item number 13, referral 20-0351, authorizing intermunicipal agreement with Orleans County for the location and operation of interoperable communications equipment.
Moved by legislator Boyce.
Move it.
Seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 14, referral 20-0352, providing that file number 20-0352 be discharged from the Recreation, Education, and Ways and Means Committees.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 15, referral 20-0352, amending Resolution 405 of 2019 to extend the license and operating agreement with the Seneca Park Zoo Society, Inc.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is for introductory purposes only. Next item.
Item number 16, referral 20-0352, providing that resolution entitled amending Resolution 405 of 2019 to extend the license and operating agreement with the Seneca Park Zoo Society, Inc. be amended.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is a motion to amend. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, 17.
Item number 17, referral 20-0352, providing that resolution entitled amending Resolution 405 of 2019 to extend the license and operating agreement with the Seneca Park Zoo Society be adopted as amended.
Move it, Mr. President.
By legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. This is to adopt as amended. Is there any discussion?
Hi, this
Seeing
is
none, all in
legislator.
favor
Oh,
say...
nope. Hi, this is legislator Turp.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, legislator Turp.
My question is for, it looks like we're going to be extending this contract for 6 months in order, I'm sorry, through the chair to the administration, extending this for 6 months in order to set up an RFP. Is this correct?
Through you, Mr. President, Jeff McCann. Yes, it is our intention to issue an RFP and come back before this body before the end of the extension for approval.
Thank you. And then through the president, will we be RFPing as a whole, the whole entire contract, or will we be sectioning it out and doing different RFPs for, let's say, concessions, a separate one for education, a separate one for fundraising through the president?
Through you, Mr. President, that's yet to be determined. We will be working on this immediately. We'll begin discussions internally with this, but it would be my imagination, my impression that we will be talking about a range of possibilities, from an arrangement similar to the one we have now, where there's one vendor who handles everything, to looking at breaking the contract into different components. That's something that we will be determining in the near future.
Okay, thank you for that. I would just like to recommend, I'm going to vote in affirmative of this because we obviously want to keep the zoo up and running. It is a great resource. I grew up in the county. I grew up going to the zoo, and it's turned into an amazing place to take families. But I would recommend, just to make sure that we're spending taxpayers' money appropriately, to section off and RFP the different areas. And if one company can do the best pricing on all of them, perfect. But if it's going to save taxpayers money and be more efficient to have different companies operate different areas or organizations, I think that would be the best way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next one.
Item number 18, referral 20-0353, accepting a grant from New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation for snowmobile trail development and maintenance program, and authorizing contracts with Hilton Snowflyers, Inc., Webster Ridge Runners Snowmobile Club, Inc., Salmon Creek Snowmobile Club, Inc., and Hill and Gully Riders, Inc. for repair and maintenance of trails.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 19, referral 20-0354, authorizing the acceptance of donation of property located at Clover Street in town of Pittsford.
Move it, Mr. President.
By legislator
Second.
Alcoffer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 20, referral 20-0355, amending resolution 144 of 2011 to extend license agreement with the Lilac Festival, Inc. to produce the Lilac Festival in Highland Park.
Move it, Mr. President.
By
Second.
legislator Alcoff, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 21, referral 20-0356, confirming appointments to Monroe County Board of Health.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved
Second.
by legislator Taylor, seconded by legislator Smith. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 22, referral 20-0362, amending resolution 111 of 2016 to increase contract with URMC Labs, Division of University of Rochester for laboratory services at Monroe Community Hospital.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, this is Legislator Hasman.
Go ahead, legislator Hasman, you have the floor.
I would just like to declare my interest. I work for the University of Rochester Medical Center.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item 23, referral 20-0369, accepting grants from New York State Office for the Aging for Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act and amending Resolution 186 of 2020 for authorization to contract with Monroe County Office for the Aging programs in 2020 to 2021.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, 24.
Item number 24, referral 20-0370, accepting grant from New York State Office for the Aging and authorizing a contract with Lifespan of Greater Rochester, Inc. for Lifespan Respite Care Program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 25, referral 20-0372, amending Resolution 109 of 2019, authorizing contracts for preschool special education program.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 26, referral 20-0373, amending Resolution 203 of 2020, amending, increasing, and extending contract with Reliance Staffing Systems, Inc., DBA Career Start, to provide nursing services for Monroe County Department of Public Health in response to COVID-19.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 27, referral 20-0374, authorizing contracts with CHA Consulting, Inc., McFarland Johnson, Inc., and Pastoral Associates Engineering, Architecture, and Surveying, DPC, for airport consultant services for Greater Rochester International Airport.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by
Second.
legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Item carries. Next item.
Item number 28, referral 20-0376, authorizing contracts with Barton LaJudas DPC, Erdman Anthony and Associates, Inc., and Pastoral Associates Engineering, Architecture, and Surveying, PC, for architectural and engineering term services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 29, referral 20-0377, authorizing contracts with Atlantic Testing Laboratories LTD and Terracon Consultants New York, Inc. for material testing term services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 30, referral 20-0379, authorizing contract with Paradigm Environmental Services, Inc. for professional environmental testing term services.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 31, referral 20-0397, classification of action, determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act for sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located at Picture Parkway in the town of Webster.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries.
Item number 32, referral 20-0398, authorizing sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located at Picture Parkway in town of Webster.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 33, referral 20-0399, classification of action, determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act for sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located on State Street in town of Wheatland.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 34, referral 20-0400, authorizing sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located on State Street in the town of Wheatland.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 35, referral 20-0401, directing correction, cancellation, levy of certain Monroe County taxes in the town of Henrietta.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
President, it's legislator Barroth.
Go ahead, legislator Barroth.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the administration, were these errors discovered by the administration or discovered by the individual property owners?
Through the chair, Tim Murphy from Real Property. They were discovered by the property owner.
Thank you. And finally, through the chair to the, through the president to the administration, that's typical, correct?
Through the chair, through the president, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 36, referral 20-0402, authorizing contract with Monroe Community College for development, implementation, and management of Empower Healthcare Program.
Move it, Mr. President. Second.
By legislator Wilt, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 37, referral 20-0403, classification of action, determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act for Greater Rochester International Airport, off-airport tree obstruction removal, runway 10-28.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 38, referral 20-0404, classification of action, designation of lead agency, and determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, for Salt Road Phase Rehabilitation Project.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 39, referral 20-0405, classification of action, designation of lead agency, and determination of significance pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act, secret for Lake Road Phase 2 Highway Rehabilitation Project.
Mr. President.
Moved by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 40, referral 20-0406, accepting grant from Regents of the University of New Mexico on behalf of the UNM Health Science Center for participation in Federal Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality Project Extension for community healthcare outcomes to advance improvements in COVID-19 preparedness, safety, and infection control at Monroe Community Hospital.
Move it, Mr. President.
By
Second.
legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 41, referral 20-0407, accepting grant from the CARES Act Provider Relief Fund HHS Stimulus COVID Infection/Mortality Rate Incentive Program distribution to support safeguarding residents from the perils of coronavirus pandemic at Monroe Community Hospital.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Smith, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 42, referral 20-0408, approving agreement between Monroe County Executive and Civil Service Employees Association, Local 828, Unit 7400.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 43, referral 20-0409, approving agreement between Monroe County Executive and Civil Service Employees Association, Part-Time Unit 7401.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, this is Legislator Barroth.
Go ahead, legislator Barth. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the administration, is the proposed amount of $351,000 in the proposed 2021 budget we're discussing later?
Mr. President, Bob Franklin, County Finance. Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 44, referral 20-0410, mortgage tax distribution.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 45, referral 20-0411, confirming scale of charges for each of Monroe County's Pure Waters districts for 2021.
Move it, Mr.
Moved
President.
by legislator Dondorfer, seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Number 46.
Item number 46, referral 20-0412, authorizing various budget appropriation transfers related to the 2020 operating budget.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Legislator Hebert.
Go ahead, legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, there is about 850 line items here of moving monies from place to place in the budget. I could pick out some and ask about them specifically, but are there any general comments you could make that make me comfortable with these, this large number of changes?
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Franklin. Yes, thank you. I guess as an overall comment, the majority of the, I'll give you 850 lines of this, is related to shifting appropriations for our CARES Act. I believe we've discussed earlier in this year when the county accepted the $129 million and change of CARES Act funding. All of it was budgeted within finance unallocated in a fund center called State of Emergency. As the pandemic progressed, we quickly realized that we were better off keeping individual salaries in their departments rather than try and do a whole host of journal entries to move the salaries. Of course, with hazard pay, the other part of that is the increase on benefits. So almost all of the budget transfers in these pages consist of moving CARES Act dollars budgeted in state of emergency to the variety of benefit accounts. It would include retirement, medical, FICA. That's the bulk of these, and that's kind of why you see some items are, $30 or $40. I would point out on page 27 of the document, or I'm sorry, page 27 of the attachment, there are 4 capital funds that we are seeking to transfer cash from the respective funds. It could be the general fund, road fund, or pure waters fund, to provide a cash capital offset to those project expenses. The majority, 3 of the 4, are because it's a relatively low dollar borrowing. The larger one within environmental services, internal service fund, it's $1.5 million and change. We're requesting a cash capital transfer for that capital project expense simply because there's only 2 more years worth of payback on the borrowing. So we might as well just use the cash now to pay it off and avoid the bond issuance cost and the nominal amount of interest. I'm looking at the other schedules, and we are also on page 29. The other thing I'll point out here, Mr. President, is we are doing a appropriation for the 2020 hotel tax distribution. And we picked the full dollar amount of the non-Monroe County entities. Just to get this on the books for 2020, it's new in the 21 proposed budget. This will make it nice and comparable when we're comparing 20 and 21. That's the bulk of the unique explanations, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's excellent, Mr. Franklin. Through you, Mr. President of the administration, just a request. Mr. Franklin was referring to page numbers. The document I have doesn't have any, so could we use them in the future to make it easier to find? That's it. Thank you, sir. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Next item.
Item number 47, referral 20-0413, 2020 equalization table, real and franchise property and ratios of assessed value to full value.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Item number 48, referral 20-0414, unpaid school taxes.
Move it, Mr. President.
By Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next.
Item number 49, referral 20-0415, authorizing Director of Finance to make refunds or correction of taxes for year 2021.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Next, 50.
Item number 50, referral 20-0416, delinquent water and sewer taxes.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Delahanty, seconded by Legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, Legislator Barra.
Go ahead, Legislator Barra.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the administration, Looking at the amounts of the delinquent sewer and water taxes, are these typical numbers in total? Or are they outliers?
Mr. President, Bob Franklin, these are typical dollar amounts compared to prior years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Carries. 51.
Item number 51, referral 20-0417, levying taxes and assessments required for purposes of annual budgets of towns of Monroe County for year 2021.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. 52.
Item number 52, referral 20-0336, providing that resolution introductory number 421 of 2020 entitled Adoption of 2021 Monroe County Budget and Establishing 2021 Classification, Compensation, and Salary Schedule for Monroe County employees be lifted from the table.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
By legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is a motion to lift from the table. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item carries. Before we go to item number 53, I'm going to have a short 15-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Why that's the case.
we're going to reconvene in a minute. If everyone was muted during the recess, so if you called in by phone, you'll need to manually unmute yourself by typing in *6 to unmute. Thank you.
No, I'll get it later.
Bear with us, we're just having a few technical difficulties getting back online.
Actually, yeah, you can shut it off in there, and then thank you.
We'll now reconvene the legislature, and we'll start at item number 53.
Item number 53, referral 20-0336, providing that resolution introductory number 421 of 2020, titled Adoption of 2021 Monroe County Budget and Establishing 2021 Classification, Compensation, and Salary Schedule for Monroe County Employees be adopted.
Move it, Mr. President.
Second.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Hebert. This is to adopt. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Yes. I would like to introduce an amendment, if I could, please.
Go ahead.
Second.
Hold on, we've got the amendment's going to be distributed via email to legislators and also shared via screen share. So one moment. I'll let you know when the amendment's been distributed.
Point of order, Mr. President. This is Legislator Morelli.
Yes, Legislator Morelli?
Mr. President, I'd just like to request that my name also be entered as a second on this resolution.
Pardon, I didn't hear you, Legislator.
I'd like to second the referral as well.
Okay, yep, that'll be on the record.
Is that for the motion or the
Is that
adoption?
for the motion or for the amendment?
That would be for the main motion, Mr. President.
Main motion.
The amendment's been distributed via email to the administration and legislators. Also up on the screen. Do my best to scroll through so people have a chance to see it. If I'm going too fast, let me know and I will slow down. Just a reminder to anyone who's participating via phone, if you were muted during the recess and need to unmute yourself, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to review the amendment as distributed and provided.
Okay, this amendment was seconded by Legislator DeFlorio. And Legislator Brew, would you like to speak on your amendment, please? Legislator Brew. Did we lose Legislator Brew?
I believe he's rejoining at the moment.
Point of order, Mr. President, was this amendment being, never mind, it just came through my email. I apologize.
Having a little technical difficulty. Just give us a few minutes, please. His computer locked him out. He's got to re-sign in. Thank you for your patience.
think Legislator Brew is able to join by phone. If so, Legislator Brew, can you unmute yourself by pressing *6?
Yeah,
Legislator Brew,
I'm
you there?
now.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Legislator Brew,
Yep, we have you.
go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and I'm sorry to delay. Epic technical failures here on the west side of the county. But again, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak briefly about this amendment and the state of the 2021 Monroe County budget. I'd first like to thank my fellow county legislators, Mr. Franklin, and the administration for a vibrant, thorough discussion on the budget at our various committees. At this time last year, no one could have imagined that our community's greatest needs would be additional funds to combat a global pandemic that has taken the lives of over 350 fellow residents and increased resources to provide wraparound mental health services, coupled with law enforcement as demonstrated in response to the Daniel Prude case. In summary, 2021 has been marked with uncertainty, tragedy, and ever-evolving and changing events. In response to the uncertainty we have faced this year, this honorable body has stood ready to respond, being creative and using resources to better help our entire community. The 2021 budget must reflect what we have learned this year and represent our intention to best equip ourselves if and when the unexpected occurs. From public health to community equity to financial stability, creating a legislature community contingency fund and fully funding this division will be crucial in ensuring Monroe County stands ready and able to adopt and to respond to anything that comes our way. This honorable body is a co-equal branch of government, and we have proven that we are up to the challenge of governing through unforeseen circumstances and obstacles. Going forward, the legislature will continue to perform its additional fundamental role of helping this community respond to unanticipated events and needs within our community. And for the purpose of this amendment, I am proposing tonight that this will make this possible. To be sure that funding is readily available, and should we need to support a specific call into action in our community, to be sure that we as county legislatures are performing our due diligence, providing physical oversight of taxpayer dollars, to be sure that the needs of every Monroe County resident are met and the county government works for everyone who lives here. Mr. President, I am proud to offer this amendment to create the new Legislator Community Contingency Fund and to fully fund it with $2.5 million. Whether this funding is ultimately used for our continued response to COVID-19 or another necessary cause, this amendment will help us expect and prepare for the unexpected. I would like to thank Mr. Franklin, County Administration, and Mr. Bello for their collaboration in preparing this amendment. I will be voting for this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Brew.
Legislator Barnhart.
Further discussion on the amendment, Legislator Barnhart.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration or to Majority Leader Brew, what will this fund be used for?
Legislator Barnhart, this is Majority Leader Brew. It is entirely wide open. If I could just generally state that whatever dictates our community needs, we are ready and willing to work with our legislators on the opposite side of the aisles, with the Black and Asian Caucus and with the administration to make sure that happens.
Thank you. Through the president to the administration, what is the process for allocating these funds?
Mr. President, can I just ask of legislator to be a little more specific in that question? Like clarify what exactly he's looking for?
Well, so there's a $2.5 million contingency fund for the legislature. Do proposals only come from the legislature? Do they have to be approved by the legislature? I'm interested in the process for allocating these funds.
Well,
Mr.
Legislator
President.
Barnhart, yeah, I can answer that question, and yes, it is subject to full legislative approval.
Okay. Through the president to Majority Leader Brew, is there a threshold for an item that would do all items, whether it's $2,000 or $100,000, do all items have to go before the legislature for approval?
Yeah, yes, through the president to Legislator Barnhart, that is correct.
Through the president to Legislator Brew or the administration, are there restrictions on how these funds can be spent?
If I could just offer my thoughts on that through the president to Legislator Barnhart, the restrictions would be such that it would have to pass the test of being beneficial to the County of Monroe community as a whole. This is not intended to be any specific type of narrowed funding. It is something that we feel that would be beneficial to many of our different residents and to many of those different programs that ultimately benefit our residents.
Through the president to the administration or Legislator Brew, if you wanted to fund a particular program or initiative, couldn't you just introduce legislation to do that instead of having this fund?
Through the president to Legislator Barnhart, that would be somewhat difficult because, as you have previously probably been aware of, the contingency fund that has been made available to the legislative body, the entire legislative body in the past, has been $100,000. And of course, as you recall, what we did last year was to, in light of the Daniel Prude incident, we allocated that money to build up the FIT program and to ensure some improvements in the reworking of that program. I'm not aware of the current status of that, but it was time that we saw as a legislative body that it was time to step up to the plate and meet a community need. So it vastly simplifies the process of having the funds in place to be able to support the community needs without having to do what might be an almost insurmountable task, is trying to do that after the fact with not having the funds allocated to this particular effort.
Thank you. To the president or majority, through the president to the administration or Majority Leader Brew, can this funding be used to expand staff in the president's office of the legislature?
I don't believe that can be. I will honestly say I don't know 100%. I can certainly say with all honesty that there has never been a discussion about that, and that was not on the radar. So whether that could officially be done or not with these, the answer to that is I don't know, but that is certainly not the intent.
Thank you. I'm probably going to listen to the rest of this discussion. I'm probably not going to vote for this amendment. I appreciate the sentiment and the intentions behind it. I'm just concerned at how it looks. I'm concerned that it looks like a slush fund, although there obviously it can't be spent on anything you want. But it's an election year. We have a pandemic And for lack of a better term, I'm worried that this could be used for good old-fashioned pork. And I'm worried that this could devolve into governing and self-interest. And I certainly hope, assuming this is going to pass, that we do work collaboratively on community needs as we determine how this money will be spent. Thank you.
Yes, through the president to Legislator Barnhart, I just wanted to add that I had a very productive meeting last Thursday, myself and President Carbone with County Executive Bello. And our agreement was, because of the unknowns that are out there in the future for this county, where the pandemic is heading, number one, that there would be no hesitation on our part whatsoever if the county executive said to us as a legislative body, I need 60 more frontline workers. They could be contract tracers. They could be healthcare workers. That support would be there immediately. And I'm quite sure the county executive is welcome to chime in if he would like. But we're in agreement with that there are no political games to be played with this. And we're all in this together. And this fund is certainly available to benefit those out there that are most worthy of receiving that.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Mr. President. Is it Legislator Flagler Mitchell?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you for Leader Drew for bringing this amendment forth. You know, the conversation really started after the Daniel Pugh case, where we have put forth that actually expended our monies in our account to be able to try to fix an ill in the community that was not addressed and still aren't addressed. And I really want to thank you, because that it now gives us as legislators who should know their district and know the issues within their community and what is needed to help. Because my district is different than, you know, my colleagues' district, especially when you go out into suburb versus city. And the county have really neglected, and I'm gonna say that again, neglected the city for a long time. When you look at different programs that the county should have brought into the city to help all Monroe County residents. And I'm happy to say that I was also in that meeting and did witness 3 forms of government going on, 3 different caucuses going on in the county exec, to really not look at it as politics, but helping the people in Monroe County. And I want to thank you for that bill. And I'm hoping that my colleagues will see it as the same. County executive is one person, and he is going to probably do the best he can, but he don't know our communities and our districts better than we do. And it'd be really irresponsible if we do not have means to be able to help our constituents when the need is needed. And so I thank you, and I will be voting for this amendment. Thank you. Leader Booth, to you.
Legislator Baines, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Legislator Baines, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. President, to the administration and Mr. Franklin in particular. During 15 hours or so of meetings last week, many questions were asked, Mr. Franklin, about items in the budget where employees, positions that weren't filled, cell phones, travel. And is it true that in response to that, you made it clear, if I recall, that those funds would be available to move? Were they not expensed to the budget? In other words, you answered, I believe, that these dollars could be made available through the administrations of the offices of the administration, through whether it's social services, et cetera, to meet the needs of the community. Am I recalling that the way we discussed it?
Mr. President, I do have ability as CFO to put certain budget reserves out there Internally, I take a little different approach than what has been offered by this amendment, but it is simply that, just a different approach.
To follow up through you, Mr. President, to Mr. Franklin, this referral, this amendment harvests based on, we just were presented with it a couple minutes ago, but it harvests items throughout the budget, hundreds and hundreds of items. And typically, aren't those dollars, if they're not spent, used to roll over into the fund balance for the following year? And incidentally, are you comfortable spending $700,000 out of the fund balance to give a discretionary fund to politicians to spend? Through you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, unspent appropriations remaining in the budget as of December 31st expire and would contribute to an underspending that possibly would increase the county's fund balance as it appears in our financial statements. In terms of my comfort level with appropriating fund balance, I think my position was pretty clear in my various presentations about when the use of fund balance is appropriate, and my strategy for Monroe County over the next 3 years. That's it, Mr. President.
Through you, Mr. President, to Majority Leader Brew. Majority Leader Brew, this represents a 25-fold increase in the contingency fund made available to the legislature to spend as it sees fit. Isn't it true that in order to spend these dollars, you need a mere majority of the legislature, 15 votes?
Yeah, through the president, Legislator Baines, that is true.
And has at any time in the past, the legislature harvested millions of dollars out of a budget so that it could spend the money itself? Is this, I'm a new guy here, so I'm asking you or anybody else with history. Is this something done in the past?
To the president, to Legislator Baines, I am not aware. I am certainly aware of the fact that there is a contingency fund at the disposal of the legislative body that has been ongoing over a number of years.
Well, through you, Mr. President, I mean, I'm just referencing your own comment that you had a $100,000 contingency fund last year, and now we're creating a $2.5 million contingency fund by kind of scalpeling it out of the budget that exists. I want to make a statement that I plan to vote no on this amendment, and I'm not sold by the argument that the pandemic justifies this amendment. As a matter of fact, I think that it's just the opposite. To use the pandemic as an excuse to create a discretionary fund for politicians to spend as they see fit strikes me as outrageous. I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the chair to either the administration or Legislator Brew, although you just stated that only a majority of the legislators would need to pass any proposed spending, is it not true that the county executive would still have the ability to veto any resolutions or referrals?
To the president, to Legislator DeFlorio, I'm quite sure that the answer to that is yes.
Thank you. And then either through the president, to either you or the administration, these referrals would still go through the same committee cycle and be vetted through the committee cycle, just like any other referral throughout the year that adjusts county spending. Is that correct?
Through the president, to Legislator DeFlorio, unless I am incorrect on the legislator procedurals, I believe that would be the case.
Thank you. So this would create a legislative fund, if I'm understanding you correctly, through the administration or through the president to either yourself or the administration. This would create a fund that would essentially provide a path for all of the legislative body to perhaps drive some spending priorities that currently aren't allocated within the county budget. To your point, for unseen needs that arise in the community, not just specifically needs specific to a global pandemic, but perhaps legislative priorities, again, for all of the legislature that may arise throughout the course of the year. Is that correct? Economic development, community needs, et cetera.
Through the president to Legislator DeFlorio, my answer to that is, the needs out there are countless, from business needs to healthcare needs. You could go on and on. And as the year unfolds, and as the dynamics of the pandemic change, we have the ability to address this in a very expedient type of manner. And again, I just like to reemphasize that, we sat down collectively with County Executive Bello, and our agreement is that this is a two-way street. We both agreed that we are a co-equal form of government. Us 29 legislatures I'm looking at right now, along with the county executive. And we agreed that it is a two-way street. Yes, this is in the legislative contingency fund, but those funds are available to any 29 of these legislators to be used in those type of things that they deem most worthy. And the same is also true of the administration. If the administration needs these funds, they simply reach out to the legislative body, and we discuss that. And I'm pleased to say that it's a bit of a partnership going forward with this, and I'm looking forward to it, quite honestly.
Thank you. So we're again taking county government in a new direction. Thank you for your clarity, and I yield my time.
Legislator Mafucci.
Legislator Mafucci, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I just have a couple statements to make. County Executive Bello and Budget Director Bob Franklin carefully put together a budget that leaves the county in a position to deliver the services the community needs, while at the same time maintaining the necessary flexibility to respond to the ongoing pandemic. Any amendment that pulls funds away from those needs in order to create a fund to be accessed only by the legislature is not something I can support. So I will be voting no. I also want to add one other thing. Once again, surprise, I have 7 pages of budget codes. I haven't had any chance to look at any of those to analyze where they're coming from and what potential damage could be done to where they are coming from. So, again, I just cannot support this. I support the Bello budget developed by Mr. Franklin with the input from lots and lots of people. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Mafucci. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd just like to respond to Mr. Mafucci in that, the truth is in the result of this year and how we go forward with the use of these funds. I mean, it is our objective to prove that this is a responsible move. As I said again, we are anxious to partner with the administration and help where they deem that these funds need to go. It is not as if we had put a roadblock in any of the administration's efforts to do anything in regard to the present construction of the budget. Again, I can't emphasize enough that we don't feel that we think that this is a positive move. Again, I think it's a move that each one of us as legislators, we should be able to embrace and be able to, at some point in time, provide for the wide variety of constituents that we have out there, and the county administration, as they feel those any type of worthy type of expense or funding a particular cause would be necessary. So that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Legislator Boyce, I just wanted to express that I'll be voting in the affirmative on this budget amendment. And I think it's very clear that, to me, after the public forum tonight, that the seniors in our community are hurting significantly. Their mental health is deteriorated, and their families are feeling very, very frustrated and defeated. So I believe that this will give us an opportunity to address some of those needs, not to say that the administration isn't doing so, but I think that there are further efforts could be used with some of this funding. So I'll be voting again in the affirmative based on that.
Thank you, Legislator Boyce. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Legislator Roman?
Pardon? Who spoke? Say it again.
Roman.
Legislator Roman.
Oh, Legislator Roman. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Legislator Roman.
Hello. Through you, Mr. President, to Majority Leader Brew. Can you provide some insight as to why you felt it necessary to create this new process for us legislators?
Through the president to Legislator Roman, I would say that the basis behind this was the fact that the 29 legislators and our unique districts out there provide unique circumstances for some potential funding elements. As I said before, there are countywide types of expenses, but as we represent as elected officials throughout the county, as Legislator Flagler Mitchell alluded to, there are things within their neighborhoods and their communities that they feel are underfunded, and none of these are big ticket items, but they're just merely enough to help some of these businesses out and to get on their feet and sort of weather the storm a little bit better. So it was by and large an effort for us to provide a higher level of responsiveness through listening to our communities and our community needs as legislators.
Through you, Mr. President. President Brew, you continue to discuss 29 legislators. Have you had any conversations with anyone in regards to this in the Democratic caucus?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I have not personally.
I'm just gonna explain my vote. I'll be voting in the negative. I am absolutely looking forward to potentially collaborating, but at this moment in time, do not see and have not seen that sense of collaboration quite yet. So a slush fund, a contingency fund for $2.5 million in the hands of legislators, when it is money that is exposed to us currently, makes me uncomfortable. I want to make sure that I'm serving my constituents the best way possible. So again, I'll be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Yeah, through the president, Legislator Roman, I would correct her and recommend that we refer this to a community benefit fund and not the aforementioned.
Mr. President.
Who's that?
Legislator Felder.
Go ahead. Legislator Roman, are you through?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Legislator Felder, you have the floor. Thank you.
I echo the sentiments of Legislator Flagler. They are people who have sought funding from the county, have not received it, and have come to us. You know, I'm sure the county administration has a big picture view of these things, but the fact is, we have constituents, and our constituents have needs, and we are not a wing of the administration. I think part of the problem with none of the members of the Democratic caucus is that they see themselves as an extension of the administration, and I don't view it that way. And so, I think that we have an obligation, frankly, to make funds available, not to be spent recklessly or for pork or anything like that, but actually help people meet their needs. We all have an obligation. All have an obligation to do that. And so I'll be voting in the affirmative. And if I'm not mistaken, the administration cooperated with Legislator Brew on this amendment. So I'll be voting in the affirmative.
Thank you, Legislator Felder. You're through?
Yes,
Legislator Udelson.
Legislator Udelson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the majority leader as the sponsor of the amendment. So we all know the budget is a plan and sometimes has to be modified, and having some money in a contingency might make sense, especially with what we've gone through this year. Normally, we would expect that the county executive and the chief financial officer would be making recommendations and requests to the legislators based on the changing circumstances through the year and feedback from the legislators. You mentioned the purpose was so funds could be earmarked for the best interests of our residents. And I wonder about the need after all these years for placing the money in a contingency fund controlled by the legislature rather than trusting the financial professionals entrusted with managing our finances to make recommendations to us, as was done under the previous administration. The legislature would still have the final say, as we all know. So my question to the majority leader is, don't you trust the recommendations to us would also be in the best interest of our residents? Thank you.
Yes, to the president, to Legislator Udelson, the administration, actually, we are responsible for 99.9% of the county spending as recommended from the administration down through the to our legislative body for approval. So the fact that, you know, in comparison of the budget in its total amount to the amount that we're talking about is literally nickels and dimes. And I trust that our legislative body is responsible enough to provide enough scrutiny in the way that they choose to expend these dollars, that, you know, we are elected officials and we are responsible to our own districts. So to do that, to perform that process without without proper oversight and vetting of that particular item that we would like to fund, that would be totally irresponsible. And so to answer your question, I do feel that this legislative body is up to the challenge, and they can make those good decisions. And as I said before, and I'll repeat this again, Legislator Udelson, I think as we go through the year and some of the legislators that are not supporting this tonight will realize that there are benefits to this, and that they can become fully supportive at some point in the future.
Well, I appreciate that reply through you, Mr. President. I appreciate the reply. And also, if this ends up being enacted, to working with all the legislators on, individual projects as they came up. And my question was in no way intended to reflect on the ability of the legislators to do that. But I guess my final question to you would be, why you feel the need to do this now. I mean, as you mentioned, and Legislator DeFlorio mentioned about a new direction, and you know, we're very encouraged by the direction that County Executive Bello has taken us in. Why you and the majority did not feel the need for this previously?
To the president, to Legislator Udelson, I would say that the to frame that is a new direction. I'm not exactly sure if I'm in complete agreement with that. What I would frame this as is a different opportunity to benefit our community and our districts. It was not provided before, and I've always felt that our legislative body, you know, we are a co-equal form of government. I mean, even going back to the previous administration, I've always thought that, you know, we at times always sort of struggle to establish ourselves as a, you know, an equal part of the government process of Monroe County. And I think this helps prove that. And once we embark upon the process of looking at our different communities and what their needs are, I do think that our entire legislative body can be actually thought of in a you know, a more contributory role, other than just sitting behind our desks or behind our Zoom screens a number of times a month and going through the formalities of referral after referral. I do think that this does provide us as an entire legislative body a means of providing the acknowledgement to the community that we are out there and we are working for you. And we're also working for you in conjunction with the administration, who I also mentioned before is in agreement with what we're proposing to do.
Thank you to the majority leader for his reply. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
This is Legislator Hasman.
Legislator Hasman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration or to Legislator Brew, I was just wondering, this is the first budget that moves towards a living wage for our CSEA employees and our lowest earning county employees. And I was just wondering how this amendment will affect that budget moving forward, so we can ensure that our lowest earners are earning a living wage at the $12.50 an hour and keep moving in the right direction.
Through the president, I will defer that to the administration.
Mr. President, it's my belief that the amendment before you, especially as it pertains to adjusting the appropriations for certain salary items, is within Monroe County's general rate of employee turnover.
But this is taking money from our DMVs, so things like customer service at the DMVs and our weight. You think that's within the employee turnover? Is that correct? Through you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, yes, I do believe the reduction in specific salary lines is within the county's natural rate of turnover, and I do not believe it will adversely affect Monroe County's ability to increase wages for its staff, as has been proposed in a couple of referrals voted on earlier tonight.
Mr. President, this is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, I'm not sure Legislator Hasman was through with her questioning.
My apologies.
That's okay. Legislator Hasman, were you through?
I'm through. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to speak to, we've talked about where these funds could potentially go. There is a recipient that's already teed up, and I think it benefits an organization that's very dear to all of our hearts. And if I could ask Legislator Hebert to just provide us with a little bit of an update of what that is, what the program is, and what the cost is, and the benefit is, I think we can all take a little bit of relief in what might be a typical expenditure of this fund. Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Legislator Brew. I have the floor, Mr. President.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. When I heard of this, I immediately thought of two proposals which I talked about, excuse me, toward the end of the Human Services Committee meeting last week, relative to veterans. The first is something that the Veterans Outreach Center has been begging the VSA, Nick Stefanovich's agency for, which is a person on site, because what is happening is the VOC is frankly, more well known than the VSA. They have a bigger budget, they have a bigger footprint, they have housing. The VSA provides services to help things like Veterans Administration claims. So veterans are showing up at the VOC with complex VA problems. And the VOC is saying, hey, the best place to go to get help for that is at the VSA. And they'll even offer them a ride and stuff. They've been keeping track, and vets that show up at the VOC asking for help are never getting to the VSA. They're just leaving. So the idea might be to rotate a staff member through the VOC so that, and this is happening frequently. So one of the things I'm going to be seeking with this is a funding for a veterans service officer to work at the VSA. And my understanding is the cost of that is about $57,000. There's a second program. You hear frequently in radio ads and things that there are 22 vets that kill themselves every day. Unfortunately, that's a fact. What most people don't know is some of those 22 have killed themselves here in Monroe County. There is a proven worldwide program of ecotherapy for veterans. It is a 12-week program. They run in cohorts. They go through 2 3-hour sessions a week at a minimum. They do this in the outdoors, which may not seem, there's only 3 of us here that are vets, but I can tell you that the Army vets, Marine vets, Air Force vets, they're used to being in the outdoors. It's a very natural, comfortable environment for them. It has statistically proven to dramatically reduce stress, anxiety, and suicide. It is also proven to increase attention span. And I could go on considerably further, but the cost of that program to initiate a pilot with a local organization here in Monroe County called Tribe Ecotherapy, will cost $125,000. And those are two things I plan on going after right away. I assume that's what you were asking for, right, Mr. Brew?
Yes, it is, Legislator Hebert. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And I would like one more comment. I certainly hope all 29 of us can support our vets.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Seeing none?
Legislator Lee, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Legislator Lee, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to commend you all for working on this particular budget. I do plan to vote in the affirmative. I believe that we have our pulse on what's really going on in our community. And many times our constituents have looked at us as spending versus investing. And this is the greatest opportunity that I see where we could really impact the quality of life of individuals within our community. For example, we could involve the neighborhood organizations. I have 2 neighborhood organizations in my area, Montgomery Center and Swan. One heavily engaged with seniors and the other ones is investing with youth. This would be a great opportunity to do some partnershiping with the corporate America as far as doing workforce development with the youth in our community, because they're our future. So I look forward to having this money to really go back to my community and let them know that this is available, and we have a great opportunity to partnership with some of the stakeholders in the community. So I will be voting in the affirmative.
Thank you, Legislator Lee. Any further discussion on the amendment? Otherwise, we'll go to a roll call vote. What?
Sorry, Legislator Roman, one more question.
Legislator Roman.
Go ahead, Legislator Roman.
Through you, Mr. President. Legislator Brew, just wondering about the sustainability of some of these positions and the conversations that I hear already starting. This is a one-year budget, and I just fear programs starting and then being not sustainable. Has there been any thought about that?
To the President, to Legislator Roman, we have not thought about next year's budget. We've been focusing solely on this year's budget. I do know that well, let me just say this. It's not that I know. I would suspect that some of the funding that is derived from this contingency fund this year would be those type of funds dealing with the hardships that are associated with the pandemic, and they may not present themselves. Some of the funding may be such a way that is, as Legislator Lee had just mentioned, maybe provide a one-time boost to those local community organizations. So it's really tough to say what presents itself now will be there next year. But again, we have to consider this as the time comes around next year. How successful was this? Did we achieve our goals as benefiting the community from all of our various legislative districts out there? And just to reevaluate when it comes around next year at that time. So again, through the President, Legislator Roman, it's really tough to ascertain the position of this next year. And that's about all I can say at this point.
Legislator Baines, please, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Legislator Baines.
Through you, Mr. President, to Majority Leader Brew. Veterans are very important to me, and their issues are not time acute. They're chronic, and our veterans need our support next year, the year after that, and the year after that. And would you say that, for instance, daycare to support families trying to stay employed also is something that is going to be there in 2022? Would you say that programs for the most vulnerable people in our community are going to need to be there in 2022? So my question to you is I'm unclear as to how some of the issues that have already been brought up as exemplars, and quite frankly, I would love to see this honorable body aggressively support veterans with legislation. But I'm concerned that this is just going to be one more political betrayal if we're going to fund things in 2021 and then eliminate the funds as soon as the election's over in November the following year. So sustainability, I don't feel like the question's been answered. And I think we need a better answer to the question of, are we going to do more harm than good by spreading money around? $86,000 per legislator. That's how much money we are appropriating to ourselves to spend. And we have no guarantee that available money will be there the following year, given the circumstances of our financial condition in this country. So, Majority Leader Brew, don't you feel that we need a better sense of where we're going the following year before we go down this road?
Mr. President.
Through the president to Legislator Baines, if I could just respond to his question, is that, Legislator Baines, I do not have a crystal ball. As in the case with the veterans, say, for example, we embark upon funding the two programs that Legislator Hebert spoke about, that may well qualify for bridging a gap that had been identified this year and potentially advocate for a permanent budget line item for the following year. So, as far as sustainability, I mean, there could be one-ups and there not be a need there next year. Believe me, I serve on the Raise Commission, and I specifically serve on the Housing Working Group, and I've learned firsthand the struggles that are, all over the city. By and large, the city has the struggles. And so I'm fully aware of the needs out there. And it's as in the case with any budget, whether it's state, federal, county, town, you really don't know what's going to be available next year. There's a whole different, there's a number of different variables that are involved in that. So I'm more focused on what we can do now because the needs are now. And when it comes around next year, then we can certainly have a dialogue and, discuss this process going forward.
Legislator Hebert.
Mr. President.
Legislator Hebert, I think someone was ahead of you. Who was that?
Legislator Felder.
Go ahead, Legislator Felder.
Now, I was going to echo what Legislator Bruce said. I think there's some of these things that we'll probably wind up funding that we think should be part of the budget process. Right now, they're not. And they're not receiving funding, and we would like to see a process set up so these things can receive funding on a permanent basis. But there are other things that may just be one-offs, that they may need something this year or that year, and so it'll fluctuate. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have the flexibility to be able to do things when the need arises. And I think that, it's not a knock on the administration to say we want to do this. It's just a simple understanding that we have our own priorities in terms of we know what's needed in our districts. Legislator Hebert mentioned with the veterans. We had talks with some people in the arts community who haven't received funding and other things. And so it's really about trying to help community organizations and people in the community who have not benefited from the budget and who frankly need it. And it's not about a slush fund to go out and buy people off and all that other stuff. It's not about that. It's really about trying to help people meet their needs.
Mr. President.
I think Legislator Hebert was next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Legislator Baines, just to address a couple of your things. I should have used the term pilot program when I talked about the ecotherapy program. That is exactly what it is. I have talked extensively to the people that operate that. They intend to provide statistics that would justify keeping it in the budget for beyond 2021 or justify the fact that we drop it. The exact same thing holds true for the VSA service officer, keeping track of how many people they intercept and comparing those numbers to the numbers that are happening right now to see if it's worth it. I do want to take strong exception to Legislator Baines' statement that veterans are chronic problems and they're, to quote him, not time acute. If a veteran is calling a service line saying he's about to blow his head off, I would say that's very time acute. I would say if a sailor is jumping over the side of the ship in the middle of the Indian Ocean with sharks and sea snakes, that's very time acute. So as a person who spent 21 years in the military, that's just one thing I wanted to challenge on that. And thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Legislator Hebert.
I think I'm entitled to respond, Mr. President.
Who would stop you, Legislator Baines? You have the floor. I would never stop you.
Legislator Hebert, I have the utmost respect for you and your service. When we talk about programs for veterans, it's a plural word. And obviously, just like healthcare, when we say that healthcare is a chronic issue in this country, we're not saying that we don't care about the person who's having a heart attack today. the point is, it's a constant need. And, I appreciate your passion for this, and I appreciate your service, but I think you mischaracterized my comment, and I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. President, to clarify it. Thank you.
Welcome. I say we go to a roll call vote on the amendment. Does everyone agree? Roll call vote, Jack. Yes upholds the amendment?
Yes, or vote on the amendment. Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder? Mr. Felder?
Mr. Felder, I think you're muted.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff?
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines?
No. No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Ms. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman?
No.
Ms. Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Taylor's aye.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofet-Lassie?
Yes.
Mr. Keofet-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Absolutely.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Terp?
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone?
Yes.
28-9, the motion is adopted.
Okay, now we're going to go back to the original referral as amended. Any further discussion?
Legislator Morelli.
Legislator Morelli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just like to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Franklin for his hard work on this budget, as he has done for several years past. I think he is just his wealth of knowledge is certainly something that we are lucky to have here in Monroe County. So I want to take a moment, excuse me, just to thank him, especially on behalf of members of the Democratic Caucus who were part of the Ways and Means Committee, who saw Mr. Franklin go through approximately 7 hours of questioning, and did it with that without missing a beat. So to you, Mr. Franklin, I thank you for what you've done and for putting all of this together. In addition, Mr. President, I would like to thank the Bello administration. This will be the first time in my career as a legislator that I will be voting in favor of a county budget. I haven't done it in the past because I think that budgets in the past have not met the priorities of our community. And I think that County Executive Bello came into this job at the beginning of the year, setting us with a set of priorities that our community overwhelmingly believed was the right direction. And then within a few short months into his tenure as county executive, he was hit with a global pandemic, which has certainly disrupted our community, our state, and our nation as a whole. And to the degree that we're sitting in our homes, or you, Mr. President, sitting with Jack in the chambers, this is not how budget night generally goes. We're usually in the room together, having robust debate, and ultimately congratulating each other. But this pandemic has changed the world, and hopefully as vaccinations come about and our community can start to rebuild from what has been a turbulent 2020, we can go back to focusing on the priorities of our community. But Mr. Bello has put together a 2021 budget that really identifies where the needs of the community need to be, and has really done an exceptional job to reduce the tax rate, to ensure that we're being better stewards of our taxpayer money, and that we are really moving forward in the right direction. So, Mr. President, with that, I will be voting in the affirmative, and again, like to thank the county administration, the Bello administration, for their hard work on presenting the 2021 budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Legislator Delahanty.
Mr. President.
I'll yield to the legislator.
Okay, Legislator Flagler Mitchell.
Yes, I had an amendment.
Pardon, Legislator Flagler Mitchell?
I have an amendment I want to bring forth, but I could wait until after Legislator Delahanty.
I'd like to yield to Legislator Felder, if it's possible, Mr. President.
Legislator Flagler.
I'm sorry, Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Okay, are you able to send that over to me?
Yes.
Can you send that over, Legislator Flagler Mitchell?
All right. Well, once I get it, I'll get it distributed out to the legislators, and then we'll need a second. One moment.
Okay. All right, I sent it over.
Got it. Sending, packaging an email for legislators, and then I'll bring it up on the screen. One moment. Just sharing the screen now.
Mr. President, while you're scrolling,
We just need a second before we enter discussion.
Oh.
It's all right, I didn't mean a second in time, but a second to the motion.
Second,
Is that Legislator Lamar?
yes.
Legislator Lamar is the second.
Yeah, Mr. President, earlier this year, we had we approved 6 positions to the Board of Elections, and with some unclarity on who was Republican, who was Democrat, and things in that manner. As we was going through the budget, and I'm so surprised that the 9 Democrats haven't asked this question, which tells me it can be very political. We noticed that there's 2 positions that is being cut from the Board of Elections, and another position trying to be created. However, when I listen to Ways and Means, none of the colleagues they haven't even asked the question about it. I waited to put this amendment in place because I wanted to see if they would have been just as fair as they was to the other commissioners who was in place at the time, which is clear. It's very, very clear. When we talk about structural racism, this is the stuff that you see. So we sat back and when we found out that, we asked for more information and we got it. And as we asked for more information and we got it, the 2 of the 3 positions that we created is on the cutting block. And then those 2 positions are 2 women of color or 2 people of color. Another disturbing thing is that the percentages of raises that want to be put in place, they take and cut 2 black women of color to give 2 white women 5% raise, plus 5% raises. I don't know how y'all gonna explain that, but it's by far the worst and very blatant, if I may say so myself, in the way that governance in Monroe County has been. Once again, I'm disappointed in the Democratic caucus because we helped Democrats get elected. And then one of them asked the question, and I have very reserved, I want to say some things, but I'm gonna keep them to myself. However, not a single, when I look at the raises that the black folks is getting in here, they 1% and 2%. So I'm asking this honorable body to, as a whole, vote that we take and adopt this amendment so that it can be fair for everybody and equity for everybody in the Board of Elections. And what this amendment also does, it does not remove any positions, and it is actually able to prevent any unnecessary layoffs from happening. And that's what this here is about, making sure that we do what we need to do as legislatures to make sure that everything is equitable and fair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Legislator Flagler Mitchell. We have an amendment, a second. Any discussion on the amendment?
Legislator Barnhart.
Okay, Legislator Barnhart, you have the floor.
Is Commissioner Ortiz on this call? And able to answer questions?
I will hope so.
I don't see her name as a participant, but that doesn't mean she may not be either called in or in a group setting of some sort.
Sure. Through the president, I think that it's appropriate for Commissioner Ortiz to respond to this amendment and to answer some questions about what was said.
Mr. President, to you.
Yes.
Mr. President, to you, to all the Ways and Means members. When looking through where we appropriate the money, why haven't y'all caught this? And we talk about the most vulnerable, but this here is ridiculous. And it's blatant racism. Only white folks get raises in the county, it looked like. Can you answer that question through you, Mr. President, to the members on the Democratic side of the Ways and Means?
Yes, Legislator Flagler Mitchell, That's okay, but are we still waiting for the Commissioner Ortiz? Is she coming on to answer the first question, or are we going directly to the second question?
I mean, she ain't on, so.
I guess she's not on, so.
She's not on.
I-
And my question is to the Democrats.
Hello?
who let this
Hello, I have been trying to speak. I apologize. Through the president, Commissioner Ortiz is present.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. This is the first time we are seeing this amendment and hearing many of these allegations about raises. I think
They're concerns, not allegations.
I would appreciate it if you could respond to Legislator Flagler Mitchell's as to what he said and his rationale for this amendment, which is a breathtaking. It's just breathtaking in the micromanaging. I've never seen anything like this, but I would really like you to respond to it. Thank you.
So thank you. Through the president to.
Because if you don't manage, there'll still be racism. Thank you, Legislator Bond.
Through the president to County Legislator Flagler, this is Commissioner Ortiz, and I thank you for your concerns, but myself and the current administration, as far as the Democrat board side of the Board of Elections, was not present for the previous discussion in terms of the need for some of the positions that were created. Over the last several months, there was observation in terms of the resources needed, and I'd like to thank everyone for the increase in terms of the number of points available to create additional resources. They were certainly needed overall. But over the last several months, as we saw everything in play, it was clear that the resources were in fact needed in other areas. So there was an opportunity for us through additional amendments to the budget that were put forth back in June timeframe, which we were not present for, to do some reallocation of the points to create additional resources within the training and inspector department, which is one of our greatest areas of need. So we thought that it'd be more appropriate to shuffle some of the points and create a position in that particular area, create additional position in the absentee area with the influx and the volume that was seen this year. And if it continues to be the norm, we thought that the resources were much better utilized and repurposed in those two particular areas, in addition to having additional resources from a budgetary and finance and HR perspective. With the amount of hiring that had to happen this past year, there were also an absorbent amount of needs in those areas. So we reshuffled points and utilized the resources provided to us. Again, thank you, but to be able to really cover some of the needs that we saw over the last 3 months.
Commissioner, can you describe what the impact is of this amendment, if it would have an impact on your ability to manage and lead this office and the office's operations?
So I have not been through the president to County Legislator Barnhart, I have not seen the specific language of the amendment, but I guess I have does it allow for the same number of points and we are just asking for it to go back completely the same, or are we increasing the number of points to allow for the needs that we do have that we saw over the last several months and have these additional positions? I guess I'm unsure of what exactly the county legislature, Flagler, is looking to do.
Can we, Mr. President, can we make sure that the commissioner sees this amendment? I find it hard to know how to vote on this, to be informed.
No, it don't matter.
I don't know. I care about how don't interrupt me, please. And I care about how I vote.
What?
And I would like to know, how this impacts the Board of Elections. And without the commissioner being able to explain that with this last minute amendment, I don't know how I can vote up or down on this. And is there a way to share this with the commissioner and give her a moment to review it?
So, Mr. President.
Well, if it can be explained, that would be helpful.
It was just emailed over to her. I just forwarded the email the legislature received.
The amendment was just emailed over to you, Commissioner.
All right. Well, you'll have to give me some time.
So, Mr. President, this is Legislator Lamar.
Go ahead, Legislator Amar.
I just have a few questions. So eliminating the two positions of those who were present during the primary and increasing the salary of two people who weren't available during the primary. I'm just trying to see how that really like levels out. How does that make sense?
So through the president to County Legislator Lamar, we looked at a variety of things. And if you take a look at our budget, we made an adjustment for everyone on there, obviously not same degrees and levels for every single position, but we tried to make adjustments for every position that we had. Again, we utilized some of the points to create positions where we thought there were resources that were needed that were not being satisfied by the previous set of positions. And in regards to additional raises, if you will, if that's what you're, referencing, there are additional positions and increased level of work that had been happening that will continue to move forward to put on par with the position in terms of the election inspector or election and specialist coordinators and what have you. So it is to try to also equalize what the other positions look like on the other side for us to ensure there was equity with those positions that were doing the same type of functions. So we tried to also put certain positions on par with their counterpart to ensure there was equity there, which there currently was not. So we tried to make those adjustments.
Thank you, Commissioner Ortiz. But through the president, I appreciate your fluffed answer, Commissioner Ortiz, but it did not answer the question of or justifying justifying increasing the wages of those who were not around during the primary when the Board of Elections was understaffed, and could potentially have caused a lot of friction that happened within our county during that election period. Your answer does not justify upholding them or lifting them up and eliminating two positions. As a matter of fact, this last election showed that your office being fully staffed really works to or works for this county. And to eliminate positions, I'm just trying to understand how that works. How do you see? Or just let me into your mind a little bit and show me how that works.
Right. Through the president to County Legislator Marr, we are eliminating specific types of positions, but we are creating new positions that will actually still continue to help the board function much more effectively than we thought had already taken place. So again, we are thankful that the number of resources in terms of points were created because they were certainly needed to be able to increase certain brackets, but it also allowed us to create additional positions that we thought were more appropriate for the needs that we saw. Again, I suppose I don't understand the questioning in terms of you're looking at specific people. We're looking at specific positions and what those positions actually provide in terms of outcomes at the Board of Elections. So people can change, but the positions themselves are critical. And so we make our decisions based on the positions in terms of need. And there was a need in the training and inspection department. There was a huge need in absentee. So we reallocated and reshuffled resources to those particular areas, particularly if, again, the absentee volume is going to continue to be expected as it was this year. So the positions and the need for positions was appropriate. The type of positions is what we changed. And that was based on the experience that we had over the last several months and being at the Board of Elections.
Thank you, Commissioner. Of course you don't. Hold on, Ernest. Of course you don't. Mr. President, through you. Thank you, Commissioner Ortiz, for your response. Actually, your response really just showed, I hope everybody is paying attention because it really just showed how the Board of Election has really been politicized. That answer that you just gave was so scripted and so probably really not yours. I've watched you over the years, and this isn't the type of this isn't how you've normally done business. So I can only assume that that this is coming from another avenue. And so, Mr. President, I'm just saying that I'm voting against, or I'm voting for the amendment because of the response that Commissioner Ortiz just gave.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Through the president to the county legislators, I don't understand how my answer could be scripted.
That's fine.
If
That's
I
fine
just
that you don't
received this
understand.
2 minutes
It's
ago.
fine that you don't understand. It's fine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, are there layoffs? Question: yes or no? In your
There were, through the elimination of these positions, yes, there were folks that will.
You don't even have
that is correct.
Thank you. This amendment will stop layoffs. Mr. President, can we go to a vote?
There's no further discussion. I see no problem. We can go to the vote on the amendment. Yes upholds the amendment.
Legislator
Roll
Barnhart.
call vote.
Legislator Barnhart, I still would like to hear from Commissioner Ortiz through the president about whether this amendment negatively impacts the Board of Elections.
Mr. President, I'd like to go ahead and move the question.
Amen.
Through the president to county legislators, yes, this does change the vision and the plan for what the need is. We would like to have additional resources within the training department. We would like to have additional resources within the absentee department. Reinstating the positions for which we were removing as part of the budget process here does not allow those particular functions to work in those specific areas. So it does hinder what the plan was to be able to increase resources in those two areas.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
is Commissioner Nicolay on the phone call? Is she able to answer that question as well?
Mr. President,
I have asked to move the question.
Mr. President.
Okay, Legislator Felder, if you want to move the question, you need a second. You need 2/3 of the vote.
Mr. President.
Can
I explain my vote?
It's no anyway, so we get it. You don't even
Mr. President.
Yes, Legislator Lamar. Little decorum.
Mr. President, I just need this to be on the record.
Go ahead.
To Commissioner Ortiz. So you're saying that 2 white women who were out half of the year on FMLA are getting raises while 2 African-American women are being laid off?
Through the president to county legislator, I don't understand how this continues to become only a race question.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes or no? That's all. Yes or no? We ain't even got to vote yet.
The positions that are occupied by these individuals.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
If you continue to make it only about race, then
on record. Thank you. You're on record for that. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion to move the question. We have a second. Do you want to go to a roll call vote to
Roll
move the
call.
question, or is
Roll
Who's
call.
the second on the moving of the question? I have Legislator Felder making the motion. Who's the second?
who seconded Legislator Felder? Legislator Ernest Flagler Mitchell.
On the motion to move the question, Legislator Brew.
Yes.
Legislator Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes
Of
no.
course.
Mr.
Go
Broth.
ahead on the record.
Of course.
Mr. Broth.
Mr. Broth?
Sorry. My battery's muted. Wait a minute. Which one's yes and which one's no? Yes is to
So
move.
yep, it's a move the question. So yes, a yes vote moves the question and ends debate. A no vote continues debate.
Yes.
To end debate, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Broth votes yes. Mr. Baines.
I vote yes to end debate.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman.
Yes.
Ms. Hassman votes yes. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keough-Lassie.
Yes.
Mr. Keough-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
We are in the middle of a pandemic. Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marionetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Roman.
Before I vote, can I make a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Oh my God.
Would not normally be in order during a roll call.
Okay, so I can do that after.
Certainly. Well, actually, well,
Well, not
we have to
really.
get through the
We're
vote.
gonna go to vote. This is a vote to go right to the vote on the amendment, to stop discussion. So yes
No.
means no more discussion. No means you want to discuss more.
So yeah, my answer is no.
Legislator Roman votes
Sure,
no.
let your community know that.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Terp.
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt.
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Yes. Mr. Udelson.
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. On the motion, Mr. Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder.
Yes.
On the motion to amend, Mr. Felder.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Feigler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Feigler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff.
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. Florio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman.
No.
Ms. Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keough-Lassie.
Yes.
Mr. Keough-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar. Ms.
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci.
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Terp.
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt.
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. President Carbone.
Yes.
20-9, the motion to amend is adopted. Back to the main motion.
Okay, amendment passes back to the main motion, main referral with amendments. Any further discussion?
Mr. President, Legislator Delahanty.
Legislator Delahanty, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to briefly explain my vote. I also would like to take a moment to thank Mr. Franklin and his team for their work on this budget. As some of my colleagues have already mentioned, no one could have predicted the events of 2020. And for many, this year has been full of hardships. However, Monroe County has been able to adapt and meet the demands of these challenges. And I am confident that we have a 2021 budget that will allow us to do this again in the coming year. In Parrington, we have hosted 2 mass distribution events to get PPE into the hands of our most vulnerable and needy. These events were coupled with food service drives, benefiting local organizations struggling to make ends meet. These distribution events were only possible through the county's supply of masks and hand sanitizers. I would like to thank County Executive Bello, as well as Legislator John Baines, the town of Perrington, the village of Fairport, and Fairport Central Schools, all coming together to help make these events happen. I cannot even begin to explain the thanks and gratitude I have received from these individuals in our community. With the supply of additional masks, I've been able to distribute over 300 plus additional households to our most vulnerable residents, particularly seniors who now have protection they need and deserve. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues into the new year, I am pleased the 2021 budget takes these unique times into account. In addition, as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, I am confident that the 2021 budget provides for the needs of our community while maintaining fiscal responsibility and foresight. I have often heard that the saying of the primary role of government is to protect its citizens, and the 2021 budget is up to this mantra. Therefore, Mr. President, I will be voting yes, and I look forward to building our achievements of 2020 and looking forward to seeing all that we will be able to achieve in 2021. Thank you.
Legislator Mafucci. Legislator Mafucci.
Legislator Mafucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to make a statement in support of the budget. This is the first budget I voted for. I have most of the information I need to support this budget, although I'm not all that thrilled with the amendments as they were surprises with really no time to analyze them. However, this budget establishes essential and necessary priorities, including supporting early intervention and preschool special education by increasing staff, transportation services, training, and related payments. It increases attention to addiction services with the addition of a director of addiction services. It eliminates a siloed approach to the economic and workforce development we have in this county. We all know the most effective way to address tax issues is to expand the tax base with new businesses or growing businesses that are already here. It increases a commitment to sustainability initiatives and additional attention to Monroe County's financial position. Thank you, Budget Director Bob Franklin. It promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion by creating a department to address those issues really for the first time. Leadership and good government are about providing the services our community pays for and needs in an adequate, sustainable, and equitable manner. This budget does that and starts our county on the path to a more effective and responsible government. I'm proud and pleased to support this budget. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, Legislator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to explain my vote tonight. First, I would like to thank Mr. Franklin and the talented budget staff who worked hard to put this budget together for us. I'd also like to thank Mr. Franklin and the members of the county staff who have provided answers to the many questions that have been asked by members of this honorable body during the committee process. As chairwoman of the Human Services Committee, I would like to start by saying how proud I am of our entire county workforce, but most notably our Department of Public Health and Department of Human Services for their response to the COVID-19 pandemic over the last year. We are beyond fortunate for the services these employees have provided to our community, for their dedication fighting in the pandemic, and for their commitment to aiding our county going forward. This past year, I've been proud to be part of many of the necessary initiatives concerning health and human services. These initiatives include, but certainly are not limited to the additional funding to the county's forensic intervention team for increased wraparound mental health services, meeting with members of the Parents Helping Parents group in our community, and advocating for early intervention and preschool special education services, accepting federal funding to help our county and specifically our county hospitals respond to COVID-19. This budget addresses many of our past concerns and many issues we may be facing going forward. That being said, if this year has taught us anything, it is that we must expect the unexpected, act swiftly in overcoming obstacles, and work together with the best interest of the entire Monroe County community in mind. That's why I'm supportive of my colleague, Majority Leader Brew's amendment, and also why I plan to support this budget as amended. Together, we've proven that we can respond to even the greatest problems from tragedies. Adopting this budget as amended ensures that we have the proper resources to make sure that everyone's needs are met within our county. Thank you again to County Executive Bello, Chief Financial Officer Franklin, members of the budget staff in this honorable body for everyone's contributions and commitment through the budget process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Legislator.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Legislator Ernest Flagler Mitchell.
Yep, I just wanted to explain my vote as well. I want to thank the budget director as well as the county executive for a start in a direction where we can ensure that those that are most vulnerable in our districts are getting services finally. Although it's a start, it's still not enough. And, you know, I'm looking forward and working with the administration to ensure that we make sure our districts is receiving the proper help that is needed so that our people in our community, the trajectory of our districts can change. And I know as a group of elected officials, we can make things happen here in Monroe County. And so I'm glad to be voting on this budget as well and looking forward to working with the administration to get it done.
Thank you. Any further? Before we vote on the 2021 Monroe County budget, I'd like to highlight some of the ways our county government has come together during the past year. At our organizational meeting on January 3rd, which seems like a lifetime ago, I stated that 2020 will be a year of challenges and opportunities for the legislature. If one were to just read the newspaper or listen to the sound bites, they will believe our county government is in gridlock. But statistics tell us a different story. The legislature has approved over 99% of the county executive's legislative proposals. 99%. This level of cooperation is not only needed, but what is expected of us, especially when the residents who elected us are in urgent need of the services Monroe County provides. It is our duty to continue our record of bipartisanship to ensure that Monroe County residents can continue to trust that when faced with exceptional challenges, their government will continue to put taxpayers first. From the COVID-19 public health crisis to the economic troubles that have followed, to providing funding for much-needed services for mental health, this legislature has sought to adapt to an ever-changing world. Much of the time, making decisions were made quickly and expeditiously to ensure vital services, resources, and funds are available to our residents. The Monroe County Legislature played a vital role in obtaining CARES Act funding from the federal government, assisting residents and businesses alike. Additionally, the legislature approved hazard pay for county employees who delivered essential services through the pandemic, despite a high potential risk of exposure. Throughout 2020, there were also countless community initiatives done in conjunction with county, city, town, and village governments to distribute face masks and personal protective equipment as needed and coordinate COVID-19 testing. There is no changing the fact that Monroe County voters elected a divided government last year, a Democrat county executive and a Republican-controlled county legislature. Despite a national political landscape of bitter partisanship, government gridlock, and no compromise, our 2020 legislative record is one that we can be proud of. As I said back in January, we may not always agree, but that's okay as long as we never lose sight of the responsibility we have to serve the residents of Monroe County. I look forward to tackling the challenges of 2021 with each and every one of you. And with that, Mr. Clerk, a roll call vote on the budget as amended, please.
Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Baroff?
Yes.
Mr. Baroff votes yes. Mr. Baines?
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Mr. Colby votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Ms. Hassman?
Yes.
Ms. Hassman votes yes. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofat-Lassie?
Yes.
Mr. Keofat-Lassie votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marionetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Roman votes yes. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Ms. Taylor?
Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp?
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox votes yes. Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. Unless there's any objections, could we hold the vote open to allow Ms. Taylor? I believe she just had a technical issue to record her vote.
We'll get it. Yes. Absolutely.
All right, please hold for 1 second. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. 29-0, the motion to adopt is passed.
Congratulations, legislators, and now we're going to have another quick recess of the full legislature for 15 minutes. Thank you.
There you go. All right. So I'll come up in a minute. Okay.
Are we not sure what 15 minutes looks like?
Am I missing something? I thought the president said that we were taking a 15-minute recess. Did he say longer than that?
No, the last that was said was 15
I'm
minutes.
sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm just responding because I kind of just.
He did say 15 minutes, but I don't know what the delay.
Legislator Roman, do you know what normally happens now?
I am familiar with what's happening. I'm not the only one asking the question.
Signing the budget.
Is he signing it?
That's usually what this break is for.
Yeah, I don't think any of us know because none of us are there.
Minority Leader. Minority Leader Felder, what normally happens during this?
At this point, the budget's presented to the county. Right?
We're going to resume in 1 minute.
At this time, we'll reconvene the Monroe County Legislature. The county executive has been presented with the unanimously approved budget. However, it is our understanding that county's executive Adam Bello is not willing to sign it. The county charter requires that the next item taken up after passing the budget is the capital budget. The remaining items up for consideration this evening require a signed county budget, which we currently do not have. At this point, the Monroe County Legislature will adjourn until the county executive decides whether he wants to sign his budget. At that time, we'll reconvene